Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the channel. My name is Jediandy, and hello to everybody on Twitch and on YouTube, because yes, I am streaming on both today. Only the second time I've ever done this. In fact, this might be the first time I've ever streamed on both. I've streamed on YouTube once before. So yes, you'll have to bear with me during this first half an hour, because as you may have just seen, there were a couple of slight technical issues, like me not turning on the microphone. But I've also got more windows than I'm used to. So I'm going to have to be like checking different ones. I hopefully am in a position where I can read both chats, assuming everything is working properly. So I should get them both come through at the same time. So I will say I apologize if I do miss anybody's comments. It's just simply the fact that I'm juggling more balls than I'm used to. We're not going to go there. But I hope everyone's doing well. It's been a few weeks since I last streamed on Twitch. This stream was always going to happen because I love Star Citizen. And today is the day. It's here. If I refresh that screen, we can see how long we've got. We have 1 hour and 59 minutes until CitizenCon Direct for 29.55 in-game, or 2025 in the real world. And I'm not going to lie, I've been excited about this for the last few weeks now. Gradually ramping up, gradually, just this weekend has been the weekend I've been looking forward to. This time last year, or whichever weekend it was in October, I was up in Manchester. I was at CitizenCon 2954, and it was an absolutely fabulous experience. I'm not anticipating as good an event this year, and we'll talk about that a bit more over the next couple of hours, mainly because this is only going to be 2 hours long and it's online, whereas before it was a day and a half in person up in Manchester. So there's going to be considerably less information. Why not a live show this year? Well, the reason for no live show this year is because it takes a lot of effort to put these things together, and they are really focusing on getting the single player game Squadron 42 out next year. They set themselves a deadline for sometime in 2026, and it just didn't make sense to take the resources away to set up a whole 1.5 day event in person up in Manchester. Or it wouldn't even have been in Manchester this year, because they did Manchester last year, so it would have been LA. It might have been in Canada. I can't remember which town in Canada it is they've got their studio. Could have been in Germany, could have been in Amsterdam. There's a lot of places it could have been, and it financially and in terms of time, they made the decision. Basically, they must get Squadron 42 out next year, because at the moment the resources for the teams are heavily biased towards, well, they were heavily biased towards Squadron 42, because that's a really good testing ground, a really good base for a lot of the tech as well, for it to then come over into this longer term open world environment. So once that's out, they can then funnel the majority resources right back into Star Citizen to reach their goal of getting 1.0 out within 3 to 4 years. I think Chris Roberts did suggest to France that he was looking at 2028 for a 1.0 release. Whether or not that's realistic, because Chris does have a habit of letting himself get a little bit carried away. As we'll talk about that in a bit as well. But if that's the goal, to get Star Citizen 1.0 out in 2028, brilliant. And that means they've got to get Squadron 42 out so that they can redirect all those resources. So yeah, that's why. So obviously there's a lot of disappointment within the community as well, like that there wasn't an in-person one, because last year's was the first one since before the pandemic. So there was a lot of disappointment. I think people just assumed there would be a in-person one every year going forward now. So a lot of people who didn't get to come to the UK for the Manchester one were really hoping that it was going to be in their, in their back garden. So, and obviously that's not the case. But I completely understand why they've made this decision. It makes complete sense, particularly when you think about one of the most important departments for an event like this is the art department, the people who put together all these videos. You know, they're also still doing artwork and videos for both games. So to take that massive resource away to do a live show, it's just shooting themselves in the foot. It's good business sense to do what they're doing here. And yeah, it just means it's going to be a lot more concise. We're probably going to get a lot less. And again, we'll maybe discuss that in a bit. But yeah, it's the right decision. And hopefully that means next year they're going back to the actual in-person live shows. I don't know if this is still going to be live just over the internet or if this is all pre-recorded segments. Not 100% sure how they've set this up. So although it's meant to be 2 hours, if it is live, expect it to overrun, especially if it finishes off with Chris Roberts having his section at the end, because Chris doesn't do timekeeping, let's be honest. Chris's judgment of how much time has passed, I think, is a bit like mine after the pandemic. It just doesn't exist. So, yeah, we're here for however long it goes on for. And obviously, after the event, we'll talk about it. Hopefully, we'll have a few other people who play the game around who can like weigh in and give their opinions. What I'd really like to do, I haven't spoken to anyone about this, but what I might do after this weekend is maybe just reach out to a few people I know who play the game, who'll have watched it, and just maybe like get some little segments with them and maybe put together a video or something where we can, you know, discuss in general after a few days of letting everything cool down, calm down, discuss what we think, whether we think it's realistic, whether it's what we expected, whether we're disappointed. I've got a feeling there's going to be disappointment this year, and that's no disrespect to CIG. I just think the player base, myself included, have kind of gotten ourselves a little bit excited over particularly the last week or two. The level of expectation is really high, and I think that is partly because of last year's show, because last year a lot was shown, a lot was announced, and I think people are just like expecting it to be like that. I don't expect it to reach the same heights as last year, for various reasons. And again, we're going to talk about my expectations, my predictions, over the next 2 hours. But yeah, it's going to be exciting. I'm absolutely 100% certain there is going to be good stuff. Like, I've no doubt we're going to see some stuff that really gets us excited. It's just there's some stuff that I've mentioned that a lot of other people have talked about that we've kind of convinced ourselves is almost definitely going to be shown. And there's a strong possibility that we've read between the lines, but actually there isn't anything between the lines. So, yeah, it's going to be one of those. And if I do get disappointed, I've got quite an expressive face. You'll see it on my face. But, you know, as my favourite people over the Empire podcast say, every day is Christmas Eve. We'll go into everything with positivity, and we'll see how it goes. Anybody who is watching on Twitch, if you're not yet subbed to me over on YouTube, head on over there and drop a sub. I should probably put the link in chat, shouldn't I? So let me just pull up the link. I don't mind you guys seeing this. Networking, where are you? There's nothing on there that I don't want people to see. I've got the link right on this. So I'll copy that link. So for those on Twitch, there is my YouTube link, excuse me. And for those who, oh no, that's the dashboard. I don't want people watching me on the dashboard. Okay. And on Twitch, it's just Jediandy TV. It's easier to find people on Twitch than it is on YouTube. So also, please bear with me. I haven't had a headache for months. I went through periods where I'd get headaches all the time, and I've been really, really good. And then yesterday afternoon at work, I had a headache, and an hour ago, I've started to get a headache again. It's just, oh, thanks, great. Just as I know COVID is on the route, doing the rounds again. Both my parents, it looks like, have got it, even if my dad thinks it's just the flu. But yeah, so I hopefully, touch words, it's not that. But I'm just like, oh, great. The day I decide to stream and I get a damned headache, what have I got on my day? It's a raisin. Okay. Before we get more into the Star Citizen stuff, some of you know I now have a 3D printer, which is sitting on the table back there. And I'll be honest, I print a lot of stuff, just practicing and stuff. Just wanted to show off the latest print because I'm 90% happy with it, but there is a major flaw with it. But I'm going to put it up on camera now just so that you guys can see it. I should really get the name of the designer of this particular print, the person who created the file. It's made out of multiple parts, but it's really cool. Like, I really do love this. I realized when I was looking at it, I was like, I've always loved the Snowspeeder. I've always loved the Snowspeeder, and I think after the X-Wing, it's my second favorite vehicle in the whole of Star Wars. But the major flaw is I don't know if the camera's going to show it all that well. So I'm going to get quite close. Can you just see there, those little gaps at the side? So basically, from there up was one part, from there down was one part, and they're meant to fit together seamlessly. But when I was printing the top part, the edges just peeled up off the base a little bit, and I've created that gap. No, it doesn't need painting. It's pretty much the right colour. So, because it doesn't need to be pure white, the Snowspeeder. I don't know if you ever saw the Kenner toy. Was it Kenner who did that one, or was it Hasbro? I think it was Kenner. It was never white. It was kind of more of a grey brown, but I quite like this in just the grey filament. And all those bits of colour are literally just other 3D printed parts clipped into it. So there's one last bit I need to do, which I need a colour filament that I don't have yet, so I've got to buy that. But no, it's come out fairly well, and I will reprint one at some point. But it was more just a test. I like keeping things to show progress on my prints, show how I've learned. But yeah, that's just one of the multiple things that I've been printing. I'm very much a lover of 3D printing, and hopefully I get paid this week, and I am hoping to buy the machine that you link to it that allows me to do multicolor printing all in one go. So yeah, that is coming, and then I'm going to start learning how to design things, and then the aim is, touch wood, everything going according to plan, come April, I'll start selling stuff. So I've given myself a nice cushion there to learn everything, get good at it, and then from April start making money out of 3D printing. So, but yeah, definitely one of my favourite bits of spending recently. So completely worth it, because I've been intending to get one for a couple of years as well. But yeah, I just thought I'd show that off, because I can't show everything off that I've printed. I've got a vase for some dry flowers up there. There's a vase for a small pot back there. I've printed off 2 versions of Kanan's mask for Star Wars Rebels. Neither of them fit me. I still need to make them smaller. My desk drawer I've now organised with 3D printed pots on a grid that you print off. Oh my God, what else have I done? I've done loads. There's a few bits that I have thrown away which just completely failed. I'm going to be printing a stand for my dad's McLaren F1 Lego that I bought him, the big AMG Mercedes. Oh God, what else is there? There's various bits all over the place. But yeah, I love it. I love it. And the mad thing is, it hardly uses any electric, which was always the concern. But actually, that's not a problem. Like, once I start printing all day, every day, that'll be a different case. But as a hobbyist, yeah, not a problem. So yeah, right. let's get focused on Star Citizen. And I think what I'll do is I will start talking about my expectations. I do just want to keep an eye on the numbers to see if there's anyone we know has appeared in any of the channels, because I just want to know if there's any people around who might want to chip in with their opinions as well. I may miss various alerts as well, because again, Meld, there was a thing on Meld where it would pop up when things happen, but it was actually frozen on screen and wouldn't fade out. So I don't want to keep it there like that. I'll play around with Meld, so the next time I do stream, I'll probably still use it, and hopefully I'll have it working better. But yeah, on to CitizenCon. So I'm going to start with what we know we are not going to see today, because there will be a few things that I think a lot of people are expecting, but that we either already actually know, we've been told not to expect, or I just don't think this 2-hour presentation is the time for them to show it. And the big one is Squadron 42. And basically, Jared told us a couple of weeks ago in one of the Star Citizen lives, or nearly lives, I can't remember which it was. He basically said flat out on screen, don't expect a Squadron 42 presence at this presentation. All resources are focused on the game. We're not taking their resources away for an interview for this. We will not be making any Squadron 42 announcements. So things like an actual release date, which even this morning, people are still saying they hope we get, or any more videos or anything about Squadron 2. We might hear it mentioned a couple of times, but we're not actually going to have a segment on Squadron 42. So that's it. When the time comes, we'll get Inside Star Citizens and Star Citizen Lives with Jared to talk about it in the run-up to it actually being released. And to be honest, we don't want them to show everything. They showed us a lot last year. They showed us a whole, 45, half hour, 45 minutes or something of the start of the game. We don't want them to spoil the rest of the game, full stop. So I'm glad we're not going to get any gameplay stuff this year. On top of that, there's certain ships that I've seen people saying they think will get progress updates on. One of those is the Kraken, which is a ship that I'm really excited for, that they've started development on now. And it's in what they call White Box, which is the stage after the concepting. So they take it into White Box, they just do the general layout, and they can just start to see if they can like tweak things. It's in a way, it's like kind of like a bit of wireframe with just a little bit of, basic paneling type of thing, just to check the layout and see how it works. And then the next stage is grey box, when they actually go on to start padding it out, putting more detail in, then on to Lot Zero, and then on to like final art and other departments, lighting, all that sort of thing going in. So it's very early on in the Kraken. We know they've redesigned some aspects of it from the original concept, but I think we're too early on in that sequence for it to be worth them taking time out for CitizenCon to show it. I would love to. I would love to see it, because the Kraken is one of the big, it's probably the big ship that I'm going to be aiming for in game, because I love the idea of having my own big aircraft carrier, and I just love the look of the Kraken. And for those of you who don't know what the Kraken is, don't worry, I've got the website open ready for you. So I can search it up now. So ships. Drake will go to unavailable. There's 2 variants as well. So this is the Kraken. So it's the big aircraft carrier with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a tiny 7th one. 7 landing pads externally, and it's got 2 big hangars. Like, this is a ship I am in love with. Like, look at that bloody thing. It's just it's going to be so cool. It's going to be so good. And I literally have somewhere, we've got that website where you can do like images of ships on a grid and stuff. And I do have somewhere, if I can find it, kind of like a mocked up layout of what I want my ships to be. I have posted this, various versions of this in the Discord before. But let me see if I can find it. Is that the one? There we go. So I think that's going to show up on screen, isn't it? Yeah, so that's basically what my loadout on my Kraken will be. So I've got an SRV tow vehicle, a Prospector mining vehicle, Vulture salvage vehicle, my F-8C Lightning Heavy Fighter, my Zeus Mark II MR bounty hunting ship, the Argo Raft for cargo, and my C8R Pisces for medical gameplay. So as a ship that is like my personal home base, I'll have all these vehicles that I carry around with me for use at different stages. So basically, I never have to go back to a space station. Never have to. I'll need to occasionally, but yeah, it's huge. So, but yeah, so I'm not expecting anything about the Kraken this year, despite a lot of people saying they think we're going to see stuff. There was another ship. We're not going to see the Banu Merchantman. Sorry, Banu Merchantman fans, but they told us again a few weeks ago they are hoping that by the end of next year they can start work on the Banu Merchantman. So we are at least 2 years away for its release in game. So I wouldn't expect to see anything on that until 2027. So sorry, I know there's going to be people who are every one of these events. There's people who want to see something about the Merchantman, but I think that is safe to say not going to happen. There was another particularly big one or big-ish one that I know a lot of people have said they reckon we'll see. What one was it? Who was it from? I can't remember. It will come back to me at some point. Oh, that was it. They mentioned again a few weeks ago that they're only going to put one more ship into concept sale because they're abandoning the concept sale process. And that is a massive battle cruiser. And they've said that will be their only one. They've started early work on that. But there's no way we're going to see anything about that in this because I don't even think they've got the design. Apparently, they weren't even sure which ship manufacturer it was going to be from. And there's suggestions that it's going to be an Anvil ship, but that's not been confirmed. But yeah, not a chance in hell. We'll see that now. Again, we might see something about that next year. But I'd possibly be surprised even then because I think there's going to be other big ships next year that are going to take the focus away. In terms of ships for this presentation, before we actually go in what I'm expecting, I did want to go over what they said was going to come out in the next 12 months last year. Now, the caveat to this is at CitizenCon last year, everything that was announced apart from the 1.0 stuff, Chris said was going to be in game within 12 to 18 months. But then literally a month or less than a month after CitizenCon, they came round and said, actually, we've changed direction. The next 12 months, we're actually going to be working on playability. So bug fixing, putting stuff in the game that makes it a bit more interesting. And that meant it delayed everything by another 12, 18 months. So I think with the ships, I think they do mostly stay on target, and we have had most of them, but we're going to have a quick look at what they announced for the 12 months till now, because I think a couple of those may show up today. So and it's just
leave without
brief
teasing a little bit more.
So
let's have a quick look at just some, emphasis on some, of the vehicles that we're working on in the next 12 months.
Okay, here we go. So that is the Argo CSV SM, so that's the cargo carrying vehicle, which basically came out that day. I think it was literally released that day. So that one we've already had, not a problem. This is the Grey Cat MTC, which is kind of like the little mobile tactical vehicle. So it's got a couple of seats, a couple of armor racks, a few gun racks, meant to be used for like transporting people, maybe not into full combat zones, but say if you've had to land a ship a distance away and drive in with basically capability to defend yourself when you get there. Again, that's in game. I have one. I did buy one. I think I upgraded to one in the end. So yeah, that one's ticked off for the 12 months. This one I don't think we've got in game yet. There's been a lot of speculation about what this might be, what manufacturer it might be. I personally think it looks like an anvil, but other people have said other things. So it's some kind of ground-based vehicle with guns, but beyond that, we haven't had this yet. So this could be released. They could show this today. I think we're more likely to see this at IAE in November. And a few of these will be in November. Moving on. That was the Super Hornet Mark II. That is in the game. Oh, no, that's the Super Hornet Mark II. The other one was just the Hornet Mark II. So they're both in. This, I think, was the Medical Terrapin, which came out middle of the year. And has been quite popular, actually. A lot of people really like it. This one is the Guardian MX, which is in the game, so another heavy fighter. And they actually look pretty cool, and I'm looking to get my hands on one of them in-game. This one is the Misk Fortune, so it's the Misk version of a salvage ship. And we're going to talk about salvage not long from now. But yes, that's in the game as well. And that is a starter ship. That is actually a starter mining ship. I'm right about that, aren't I? I really should make... there's one thing I really get annoyed about is when creators say something's a fact and it's completely wrong. So let me just go to the game packages so I can correct myself if I need to. No, it's not a starter package. So it was that was the starter package. So no, we don't actually have a mining starter package yet. It's a good thing I checked. Moving on. This, I think... I'm not sure what this was. I am not sure what this was, but I don't think it's in game yet. This could be shown today, or again at IAE in probably about 5 weeks' time. Actually, no, I've got the dates. I think it's the 23rd of November, so about 6 weeks. Moving on. This is the one that's intriguing so many of us because it is such an odd shape. General thought is it's a Drake ship because it looks like a short version of the Corsair. You know, it's got those one longer wing, one shorter wing that the Corsair has. What its use would be, no idea. But yeah, we may see this today. If not, I'm pretty convinced we'll get this by the end of the year anyway. But I genuinely don't have a clue what that... Even when you look at that landing gear is so strange. So I no idea. You can just about... I don't know if you guys can see it that well, but you can just about see a cockpit window just above those two front lights. But that's about it. It's going to be an interesting one, that one. And moving on. This was the RSI Apollo, I believe, which I have. So our medical ship. We are going to mention the Apollo shortly. And what it means for today. But the Apollo Triage and Medivac are in the game. They came out about a month ago and are loved by a lot and meh by a lot of others. But I really like this ship, and it's my daily driver at the moment. Moving on. This is the Star Lancer TAC, which did come out. Actually, no, that was the Star Lancer. This might be the build, because the Star Lancer Max came out that day, so they wouldn't silhouette that one. It doesn't appear to have the guns that the TAC has. So this was the Star Lancer build, which is the base building version. I expect them to say this one's delayed because of having to push everything back because they changed their aims for this year. This is one of the ships that I think they probably put on the back burner, and they might include, if they do silhouettes for this next 12 months, I think this will be included in those silhouettes again. Moving on, we have the Perseus, and we know for a fact this is coming out this year. It won't be today. They have been saying November for a good few months now. So this should be released at IAE. I believe it's past its Lot Zero. So it is kind of in final art, audio, lighting, all those different phases of development to get in game. So again, 6 weeks time. We may see a video on this today to show us a bit of a tour around the inside and to show its capabilities. This will go on sale today. To, you know, get a few more people picking it up before then. But yeah, Sabre, Blue Sabre is really looking forward to this one. It's a gunship, by the way, I should have mentioned that. And then we've got the Drake Ironclad. Now, the Ironclad is in development. They've had a couple of issues with its design. Along this bit here, so this cockpit area here, it's called a command module, and the design is designed so that it detaches in emergency and it can escape separately from the main part of the ship. They have had some issues with the design of that, getting that to function the way they want it to. Again, they said this was going to be in the next 12 months. This now won't be until the end of next year. So IAE next year, I expect this to go into the game. I don't know with the both variants, because you've got the base variant and the I can't remember what they've called the other Ironclad, but it's basically the military version. I don't know if they're working on both of them at the moment. They also, the design of this, a lot of the design of the interior is important to the design of the Kraken. So if they get elements, once they've got this right, they'll be able to pull out those elements and iterate on them for the Kraken. So it is kind of important that they get this right so that we can get our Kraken in the game. And this was the Pioneer, wasn't it? This is the newly designed version of the Pioneer. So the Pioneer is the main big base building and space station building ship. It is in development. They started active development pretty much after last year's CitizenCon. Now, if they hadn't put everything off, I would have said this would be ready for release sometime around now. But there's no point releasing it until base building is ready to come into the game, and I don't think that's going to be this side of Christmas. So we'll probably see them hold off on the Pioneer. I don't expect to see much about it today. Again, I saw someone say, oh, we might get an update on the Pioneer. I don't think we will. I think if we're going to get an update on it, we'll get it in Inside Star Citizen or Star Citizen Live at some point. But I don't think they'll have the time today, to show where it's at. I would love to be wrong, because I have to say it's a 900 quid ship. If I had the money, I'd get it. I would pay the money for it, but I can't justify doing that. So there's a ship just lifting off because it's got a ship fabricator inside it as well. So they are all the ships that they have they slated to be done in the 12 months just gone. You always expect slippage. They're never going to get everything out because priorities change. sometimes there's issues come up and they have to go back to the drawing boards a little bit. But out of those ships, they've gotten most of them out. I think we'll get all but two of them, three of them out. Actually, to be fair, that's a big change from what they planned. As I said, the Star Lancer build will be added to this year's. I think the Pioneer and the Ironclad those three will also be on this year's as well. So expect to see those three ships again. In terms of other ships that we may see something about today, they've been mooting since the Apollo came out that there is a related ship of a recent popular ship that is coming out soon. And there have been data mining stuff that has suggested that using the Apollo chassis, so if we go back to the actual Apollo in here, that there's actually a cargo version RSI called the Hermes. This is the Apollo, which if we've got time, I'll pull up in game actually, because we've still got an hour and a half. So yeah, there's a possibility that we've got a cargo version of this that we may see today, and that may go on sale today, flyable. I actually reckon this is one that they will say, yep, this is out, go onto the website, it's there, you can buy it. So obviously not medical stuff, it'll all be a massive cargo area at the back. I will do a walk around this at some point because I want to show the main difference at the back of this that will make it able to be a cargo ship. So that is one that I think we're going to see today. There's also been a lot of talk about a new entry-level salvage ship coming in, possibly from RSI. We saw a salvage ship be designed on a Star Citizen Live months ago now. And there's a possibility that we get that, because it's not uncommon at these events for them to launch a new starter ship. And what they've been trying to do recently is try and make sure that their starter ships cover a variety of game loops, so that if there's a game loop you're particularly interested in, you can buy the starter ship for that one. And they, like this year, they relabeled the name of the starter packs, whereas it used to be, that used to be just the Titan Avenger, that used to be just the Drake Cutter, that was the Sulan, that was the Mustang Alpha. Now they've renamed them to Duelist, Generalist, Outsider, Citizen, Advanced Duelist, Hauler, Miner, Seeker, Advanced, Privateer, Ultimate. Notice the lack of a salvage starter. So I think we'll get to see that today. That may be released today, or they may hold that off for AIE. We'll have to wait and see what they're going to do with that. But that might be, of all the current gameplay loops there are, I think that'll be the last starter for a little while, until maybe bounty hunting and data running come into the game. So there's a potential for 2 other starter ships to come in there as well. But yeah, I definitely think we'll see that salvage ship today. On top of that, they've been working on a large number of unannounced ships. So obviously we don't really have a lot of information about what they are. Again, there have been various data mines, various leaks. There's possibly a new alien ship called the Stinger from Esperia coming in, which Esperia, as a manufacturer, they basically do kind of like a human imitation of Vandal ships. So we've already got the Esperia Blade. I can't remember. I think there's another Esperia ship. I'm not a big fan of most of the alien ships, as I've said before. But so there's the Blade, which, by the way, I love the design of the Blade. I really love the design of the Blade. Very, very Battlestar Galactica Cylon designs, which is why I love it, but I hated flying it. Then you've got the Glaive. Oh, yeah, we've got the Prowler utility, the Prowler, the Talon, and the Talon Strike. The Stinger is kind of like a really a much bigger and much heavier firepower version of the Blade shape. It's a mean looking ship. So there's been a lot of talk that people think that that might be one of the things that gets shown today. Might be something that just comes up as a silhouette. Honestly, all these ships that I've mentioned could just appear as silhouettes. We'll find out in an hour and a bit. So that's that. I don't think there'll be any other alien ships at the moment, although I think we're going to be getting the Vandal as an alien species in game quite soon. And again, I'll talk about that in a little while. But yeah, there'll be a couple of other unannounced ships that we'll see as silhouettes. I think we're probably going to see in the silhouettes the RSI Galaxy. So that's the capital ship that I have purchased. I am going to be getting. So that's the Galaxy there, my little Star Destroyer. And it's a capital ship, but it's quite a small capital ship. It's got a landing bay in the back, but it can't even fit like the Vulture in. It's not that big. I'm hoping actually they've redesigned it just to make it a little bit bigger, because they have done with other ships. But it's a modular ship, so you can switch out a medical, a cargo, and a refinery, and it will also have base building in the future. I have also purchased the first 3 of the modules. Base building hasn't been designed and is not available to buy yet. But we'll probably see that as a silhouette, because they did say that once they finish the Perseus, they're moving on to the Galaxy. So I expect the Galaxy to come out at IAE next year. This ship here, the Arastra, I expect that to potentially go into the silhouettes. It's a multi-crew mining ship from RSI. And they have been focused a lot on RSI because they've been refining that body language, the interior design language. So it kind of makes sense for them to just get that all done. What we also may see today is there are 2 ships that are in the game already that are so old that they've actually been working on bringing them up to 2025 standards. And one of them is the Aurora, the starter ship, the Aurora. It's the most owned ship in the game, but it is also as old as the game is itself. So very basic. It doesn't fit with today's tech. So they've been working on it. They've been redesigning it, bringing it right up to what people are calling gold standard. It's not gold standard. It's current game standard. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a segment on that and on the other ship which they've been rehashing, which is if I go to Aegis, we go from one of the smallest ships in the game to one of the more large, medium-sized ships in the game, the Hammerhead, because the Hammerhead is also quite old. A 9 crew, it used to be 12. A 9 crew heavy gunship. So they've been doing work on that to bring that also up to modern standards as well. So we may see something on both of those 2 ships today, and they're going to be doing this with a lot of the older ships. Is they're going to work through them and bring them back up to modern standards. So things like the Mustang, which again is one of the older, more original ships. My beloved Avenger might get an update. Actually, they have done some updates, but it doesn't have a cargo grid. There's probably component access stuff that they need to work on as well. Even things like the Gladius might get a bit of a look at. So a lot of the older ships are gradually going to be worked through, and I expect we'll see 2 or 3 of those a year getting done going forward. Outside of that, in terms of ships, I don't know if we'll see much else. Again, base building ships, I don't think there's much sense right now for them to show us too much, because I don't necessarily think they're going to talk about base building today. But there might be a couple of crafting vehicles that we see a bit more today. about today. That's probably my expectations for the ships at the moment. So, in terms of what else I think we might see today, in terms of technology, there's not a lot that they haven't shown us before. So, like, they're still working on server meshing. We're currently on static server meshing, and they're working towards dynamic server meshing. It's a possibility we might see something on the progress to that, but I actually don't know that we will on that today. AI improvements, there might be a segment on that because they did show a couple of segments on Star Citizen Lives last year, but they didn't show any of that in CitizenCon last year, so we may see stuff on that. The planetary tech, we won't see any more on that now until it's ready to actually be implemented. Damage, so their Maelstrom system, which will be about actual real damage on ships and on the scenery. I don't think we'll see any of that this year either, if I'm being completely honest. I think this particular CitizenCon is going to be very low on the tech side of things. I think we're going to be more features, more gameplay, and ships is what they're going to focus on more this year. So in terms of gameplay and features, I think we're going to see an update on crafting. Not necessarily base building, but actual crafting, because there's been a lot of mentions recently about the dev teams have been working on blueprints, and crafting is going to be based off blueprints. You're going to have to find blueprints within the game world. Once you find it, you own that blueprint, you have it, it's there on your account permanently. You'll be able to share it across any other accounts you have, because we will eventually be able to have multiple characters. And then you'll be able to craft them. So I think we're going to see more about the crafting, because they're moving towards it. With the salvage at the moment, in the PTU, they're testing some changes to the salvage loop. And that is about adding refining to the salvage process, but also adding qualities of yield and qualities of final product. And crafting is going to very much be based around quality. So low quality materials will get you lower quality versions of whatever you're crafting, whereas higher quality materials with higher quality reagents and stuff will produce the best quality versions of things. So they are starting to move towards that with the salvage. With the salvage material, there's going to be 3 different grades, if you like. You're going to have a powder grade, you're going to have chunks, and I can't remember what the third one is, but basically powder, because it's so fine, you're going to get a higher yield. Whereas with chunks, as you break those chunks down, there's going to be more wastage. So it'll be a lower quality yield. And you'll probably get different qualities of finish depending on what refining process you use. So they are already moving towards that in the next update, which is next week. So I think we'll see something about crafting with a view to that potentially coming into the game within the next 12 months. Which is exciting, because I cannot wait to be able to craft my own armor, craft my own weapons, craft food and drink, things like that. And adding that gameplay aim, that goal of looking for blueprints, doing all these missions with the hoped or expectation that you're going to find a certain rare blueprint or certain higher quality blueprint by doing a certain something, going to certain places. That's going to be really exciting. That's going to add a whole new level to the enjoyment of this game. I genuinely can't wait for that. So crafting is high on my agenda for today, but not base building. Because I think they've been able to work on crafting. they've probably done a bit of work on base building, but not as much as they intended to. And that will be in the next 12 months, will be a lot more work will go towards base building. And then we'll get the base building ships at the end of next year. I was really hoping for base building this Christmas. It's not going to happen. It really isn't going to happen. I'm going to have to use Dune Awakening for that side of things for now. Other gameplay things. About a month ago or so, on one of those presentations that Jared was doing, he alluded to an unannounced gameplay loop. A gameplay loops are things like salvaging, mining, data running, bounty hunting, hauling, those kind of things. So it's like, what is there that they haven't announced yet? Because there are things that aren't in the game, but we know about them, like the data running, like the proper bounty hunting. There is an element of bounty hunting, but it's not good. So what kind of game loop haven't they announced? I think we'll find out today. I think we'll actually find out today what that is. In terms of what it might be, I did have a thought and I've forgotten what it was. Have I still got my note that I made on it? No, I didn't even make a note of what I thought it might be. Because it can't be exploration, because we know exploration is going to be a thing. Oh, that was it. I think it might be something along the lines of treasure hunting to go alongside the addition of blueprints and a lot of other stuff that they're adding into the game. I wouldn't be surprised if we have some kind of treasure hunting element come into it. It's a treasure hunting stroke collecting type of thing. Because that's really the only thing that I could think of that would like add a new dimension to what we've already got. And it would go hand in hand with things like exploration. So it would give us a reason to start exploring, and give us a reason to maybe visit the locations that we just don't really go to during our general game. But yeah, so I think the new unannounced game loop will get talked about. The big one, and this is the one that's got a lot of us whipped up, really excited, really expecting this today, and I'm kind of prepared for the disappointment on this one, is I think, and a lot of people think, and this is also partly based on data mines as well, I think we're going to get confirmation of when the third star system Nyx is coming into game, and I think we all are expecting it to be available to us in one form or another by Christmas this year. That could be a tech preview, it could be just on the PTU, but it will be available for players to start visiting. Nyx is a kind of not completely good, not completely bad star system. It kind of is a bit of a rebel system where they don't like the way the UEE runs Stanton, but they're not actually bad guys. They're kind of revolutionaries, just kind of, I wouldn't quite go so far as to reduce them to hippies, but they are a bit more of a freedom-loving people. And the Nyx system has 3 planets. 2 of them are pretty much desolate because of strip mining. And there is also an asteroid called Delamar. And on Delamar, there is a space station called Levski. And Levski is a massive borehole with a station built around it. Lots of cargo opportunities there. Levski is actually one of the first locations, if not the first location, that was ever playable in the game. But they put it in Stanton just for those early tests, and they took it out and they've now redesigned it, and they're ready to put it in the game. Now, if I can very quickly, I think, was it Brave New Worlds? I was going to quickly play the fly through if I can find it. in the background. Beyond Pyro, that'll be the one. Here we go. So what I'll do is I'll mute it, but I'll have it running in the background so that you can actually just see the video of it. We've all got ourselves convinced that this is going to be shown and announced today, and we're going to be told that it's going to be a playable location. To get to Nyx, you have to go through Pyro. So you'll use one jump gate into Pyro, then you'll have to use a jump gate from Pyro to Nyx. Nyx has another jump gate. It's not going to be active yet, but it links to another system which is right at the edge of Vandal space. And one of the things about Nyx is that it does repel incursions or flybys by the Vandal. So we may get contracts, we may get missions where we actually have to defend against Vandal. And it has been leaked that there's going to be a dynamic event, part of which is defending against Vandal ships. So we're all really excited. People who have played this game for the 14 years or 13 years, whatever it's been, they remember the original Levski. So this has a massive emotional heft for a lot of those original players, if you like. But there have been a lot of things about, in the monthly updates, there's been mentions about work being done on stuff for Nyx. Data mining has revealed a lot of stuff related to Nyx, including a lot of NPC mission giver characters and missions and stuff based in Nyx. So it does sound like they've been ramping up those elements of the development for stuff to do in Nyx. So it does look very, very possible that we're going to get more on this system today. And it won't be in PTU today. It won't be in PTU for the next week because the current patch is still being worked on. I think they probably wanted to get it out before today, but there have been a couple of issues with it. So it's looking more like next week now. But we could get a PTU with Nyx in November, maybe after IAE in November, and then with a name that just before they go on their leave for Christmas, they release this into our hands. We get those 2 weeks of finding everything that doesn't work so that when they come back in January, they've got a nice long list of stuff for Nyx that they can go, right, that's what we're going to prioritize and that's what we're going to fix. So yeah, this I think is going to be the big announcement today. They may leave it towards the end as well, just to be arseholes. What other stuff? They're working on a refactor of the whole transit system. So elevators, trams, those flying shuttles at Orison. They've been working on a refactor because that is one of the biggest complaints of all players, is those things always break down. Your elevators will kill you. Shuttles will just suddenly go off on their own for no reason whatsoever. They are working on that, and I reckon we'll get to see that today with a view to that being put in the game again, hopefully before the end of the year. There is also, they're working on the inventory system, and they've been showing us a lot of that on and off over the few weeks, so we may see an update about where they're at with that today. I don't expect that. Well, we might get the new inventory system before the end of the year. I hope we do, because the current inventory system is just so horrible. But yeah, hopefully we get an update on that. And once they finish the inventory system, they have told us that they are then going to move on to the social refactor, which is bringing in all the tools that we need for organized orgs to actually be able to operate in the game rather than have to rely on Discord and off-game services to organize things. So there'll actually be stuff in the game for us to use, which will, again, that will revolutionize the game. It will be huge. And it's one of those things that I've said I really wish they'd prioritize, because it's going to make such a big difference to the overall experience. they're all the bits that I had noted down, but it depends how long each segment is, because 2 hours isn't a lot. And some of these segments, like as you can see, like this bit about Beyond Pyro, although it covered like quite a lot, that was 40 minutes. So if you say 15 to 20 minutes per segment, we've got 8 segments potentially, maybe up to 10 if they've got a couple of short segments. Also, we've got to leave time for Chris to talk at the end. So in terms of other things that we may get, there's going to be, obviously there'll be stuff new as well that we don't really know a lot about, or that they've like, that was the other thing I was going to say. We may get more about animals. We've got another animal coming into the game with the next update, the Yormandel, which is kind of like is kind of like a snake, but it's got more of a dragon head, and apparently it's got an attack with some kind of energy attack rather than like throwing rocks like the Valakar does. So we may get to see a bit more about creatures and see where they're going with that. But they showed us like a load of creatures last year, just concepts. So I don't necessarily know we're going to get a big chunk on that unless it's relevant, say, to Nyx. So if Nyx is going to have creatures in it, like we've got asteroids here. If you think about this game, they take a lot of influence off a lot of other sci-fi concepts, Star Wars being one of them. Are we going to get some kind of asteroid space worm kind of thing? I don't know. So if there's something related to Nyx in terms of animals, we may see it. But I'm not really holding my breath on animals for too much, really. I think that's all my expectations, really, which is a lot, but it's nowhere near as much as some creators. There's one YouTuber, I am not going to name them, but I've watched quite a lot of their videos recently. And as we've been getting closer and closer to this, every time they've been saying it, we might see about that in CitizenCon. We might see about that in CitizenCon. And then they did a video on what they expect to see in CitizenCon. And it basically sounded like they were treating it as though it was last year's CitizenCon with a day and a half for them to talk about all this stuff. A lot of what they're hoping for, we're just not going to get. There's not going to be the time. We may see an increase in Star Citizen lives and inside Star Citizens again, with a lot of this other stuff being introduced as and when it's relevant. But CitizenCon, the whole point of CitizenCon is to tell us about the next 12 months. What are they going to be doing for the next 12 months with the expectation that they can get it in the game by the end or just after the end, which is why I've said crafting, but not necessarily base building. Certain ships that they've missed out for this year. The inventory is definitely going to be within the next 12 months. So that's a definite. So things like that. But yeah, hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully they managed to squeeze a lot into that 2 hours and we just walk away from it going, wow. Even now, even as late as I think last week or the week before, I was re-watching last year's CitizenCon because I had a fantastic time there, and just the stuff that they announced whipped up my excitement so much. It was just like, I need to get myself back into that mindset again, because I've just had 2 weeks off the game as well, just to detox a little bit, enjoy Dune Awakening a little bit. But yeah, I will probably end up re-watching this one quite a lot as well, especially as it's a lot shorter, and I'll be able to watch it every day while I'm work. But, you know, videos going on in the background of Levski Station. It's massive. It looks awesome, and I really, really do hope we are going to get it in the game. I can tell you now, we're all going to be disappointed. We're all going to walk away from it going, oh, we really wanted it to be there and it's not. And, you know, it's just the way it is. That's what we Star Citizen players are like. It's called hopium and copium. Hopium is what we've got now. Copium is what we're going to be like after the presentation, where we start saying, oh, well, I didn't really expect that. But yeah, I just want to enjoy these images of Levski because, like, all those external landing pads, it's a low grav station as well. So a lot of floating around here. This was where we first saw the Atlas mech suits as well. We just saw them walking along the pads in one of the clips. And they hadn't announced them in the game at that point. It was literally within the next few weeks that we got the first one. I love this shot. This is such an amazing cinematic shot that they did here. Going down through the borehole, through the asteroid. In the original version years ago, this borehole didn't go all the way through, but now it does. Just look at that. Look at that. It's just such a good shot. They have some really good cinematographers working at CIG. Really good. And then this whole section down here, this is all cargo, like cargo ports for all those hull ships. So the ones where the cargo are on the outside. So the whole, I think the whole A and B will be fine, but the C, D, and E will all use this for unloading cargo. And it's just, this is going to be so exciting. Just see all those people who are doing the hauling, loading their cargo. It's going to make them a target as well, though, because you can imagine pirates coming in. This will be maybe even a bigger pirate system than Pyro is, because this is very cargo focused, this station. Very cargo. There's a lot of mining in the asteroids around as well. So the other thing about the Nick system is the whole system is filled like with this cloud, this dark cloud. So visibility is going to be really poor. So you're going to have to like navigate properly. You're going to have to really rely on your sensors, your little map in front of you. So it's going to be a different system. It's a smaller system, I think. You're probably going to be able to mine some really valuable ore here. It'll be very popular when base building and crafting is in the game, because a lot of people will be coming here, I think, to mine a lot of stuff to either sell or use themselves to mine. One thing they just mentioned there, they are planning to add to all the space stations in Stanton as well, and probably Pyro, just so that there's like those options for people who own those ships for actually doing cargo. By the way, I was sitting all the way over the left there. If you actually watch these videos, every now and again, you can hear me whooping. So, like, every time I'd watch it, I was like, oh God, that's me. That's me, because I know my own whoop. But yeah, so there'll still be a lot of really nice cinematic stuff in this event. Obviously, there's not going to be all the standing on the stage talking about stuff. You're going to see them like sitting in the studio talking about things, lots of cutaway to, cinematics while they're talking. Hopefully in sync with what they're saying. They're pretty good at that. But yeah, it's going to be so exciting. We won't see anything about the next couple of systems, which are Castra, and ultimately after that is going to be Terra. Terra, the way I'm looking at it with this system, if they want 1.0 out in 2028, so Pyro will be out hopefully end of this year, 2025. Then we're looking at Castra potentially end of next year, middle of 2027, and then Terra released with 1.0 is how I think it will go. So they're kind of giving themselves a year to 18 months to work on each system. But the tech that they use to build the systems is much better now than it was even 2 years ago. It's a whole different system. So particularly the planets. So hopefully they can do them. It would be great if we could get Nyx this year and Castra next year. That would be amazing, especially if base building came out next year, because that would give us Castra as another system to potentially build bases in. So then we've got all the planets and moons in Stanton, all the planets and moons in Pyro, or most of them, and then all the planets and moons in Castra to build on. I don't think Nyx is going to be realistic for base building, but that's quite a lot of option when you've got servers that are currently 650 people. By then you might have servers of 1,000 people. To be able to spread out the base building will be really important. It'll actually be essential, really, to make it work properly. There's a feature here that they showed next, which I would love to see them show this year, or the progress that they've made. So basically, they're starting at Area 18, and you're going to get these instanced mission areas, and they're kind of like looped missions. If I can just find... So here, this is where it starts, I think. So you go down into basically the sewers, and in that level there's entrances to these instanced areas, and these gameplay loop areas, basically you do level 1 and go back up, and you have to do level 1 a certain number of times to basically build up your experience and stuff. And then once you've done it enough times, it opens up level 2. So you go down to level 2, do level 2 a number of times, and then level 3 opens up, and so on. And they're things that you can come back to. So you can do level 1, go away for a couple of days, come back to it another bit. So you don't have to do it all in one session. It would be nice to see if they've made some progress on this. I think the recent missions that they've been doing with the ASD facilities, which I've not had a chance to show you guys, which are, they're not instanced, but they have been a narrative event where it takes you a bit further each time. I think they've kind of been practice for this, but without the instancing. So hopefully we might see that what they've done there has really informed this, so that they can then work on this with a view to getting this into the game within the next 12 months. Because that means on each planet, there's going to be gameplay. It's not just going to be a case of that is a place you go to store your ships and buy loads of stuff. It's going to be a place where you can go, you can play the game, you can get unique rewards, you can hopefully get those unique blueprints, and you can spend time on each planet. So you could literally like spend a month just in one location before you even think of moving on to the next moon, the next planet, the next system. So it's really giving that each system so much depth physically and in terms of gameplay. So I would love to see an update on this today. There's an outside chance, but I think if anything, they'll talk about this early next year once they've done the next few iterations of the next couple of missions. But that being said, Levski is supposed to have similar kinds of stuff. The aim is for Levski to have instanced missions on site. So if Nyx is coming by the end of the year, we could be getting that, which means we could be getting those municipal works on Area 18. Bear in mind, they weren't supposed to be working on any features for this whole last year. They've been working on features, just not the whole team. They've had people moving things on rather than holding them back. So, you know, we'll see. Right. What I did say I would do is I do want to show the Apollo so that we can talk about this potential new variant. Let's just see this countdown. Should have 48 minutes. 47 minutes. Cool. Let me load up the game. Hi, Tanjiro. Load up. This is the ship you'll have seen Saber talking about in the Discord, Gundy. The one that he's been trying to keep alive for as long as he can. And the game did rob him of his first version, but I had that as well happen to me today, actually, which really frustrated me. Overnight, I should say. But yeah, let's load in. I did spend some money on the game as well. I've bought the Citizen Con pack, which gives, I think there's a couple of armors and some other bits, but a lot of it won't be in game immediately. And what was the other thing I picked up? Wasn't a paint. Oh, it was the medical armor that came with the Apollo as well, but I've not tried it on yet. What time is it? It'll be about either 6 or 8 o'clock in parts of Asia, so still early in the day for them. I'll carry on loading into an Asian server because it'll be lower pop. To be honest, the game is going to be so empty for 2 hours. So if anybody wants to get on and do contested zones, do it in 45 minutes. Because you won't have many people fighting you. Most people who play the game will be watching CitizenCon if they're awake and at home. I could have been in Leicester today, because at the observatory up in Leicester, there is a CitizenCon watch party. I really did consider it, but I would have had to take yesterday off work. I'd have had to book hotels, book the tickets. And, you know, with the 3D printing stuff, with Christmas coming up, with saving, I decided I couldn't really justify it. But I hope everybody who's up there is going to have a really amazing time. Just close chat. And we'll pull up my Medivac. So this is the Medivac version. So the difference between the Triage and the Medivac is the Medivac has slightly better weapons and shields, or slightly better weapons and armor, I think it is. But it wasn't a huge difference, and it only cost me, I think, 20 quid to upgrade to it with the paint that I've got on it there. A lot of people have said it's a very Star Trek shaped ship with kind of like a saucer section and nacelles on the back. So I think that might be part of the subconscious appeal of it to me. But unfortunately, it's so tall I can't actually get a good view over the top of it. But if I just run around it. It is a nice ship. It's a little slow at times. It's not the fastest ship in the world, but it is a nice ship. And for a daily driver, you know, going to and from like ground combat missions, it's perfect because it is a medical ship and it does have med beds, which is its main feature. But yeah, it's a good ship. But let's give you the tour. So one of the two entrances, it does have an elevator at the front, which I'll show you at the end. But it does have this rear entrance. And this rear entrance is a bit unique. It's got quite a long ramp. If you think about pushing people up on medical gurneys, kind of makes sense. But it also has an airlock. It's got a proper docking system. So eventually we'll actually be able to use this to dock to the docking ports on other ships. So again, if you think about medical gameplay, that means you'll be able to dock with another ship and either rush on board to help people out medically or bring them on board here for medical attention. So I kind of like that feature. When it comes to the cargo version of the ship, this will be wider. We won't have the actual docking port. We'll probably have a much wider ramp. So maybe slight around the edge there. So maybe add a foot either side. So yeah, we won't have this whole docking ramp. So this back entrance will be wider. In fact, this will probably be part of the cargo bay. But as we go in, we enter this large triage area. Like a lot of people, I think the space is a little bit wasted. I think there was the opportunity for them to put even benches, like make it like a proper triage area, waiting room with like seats and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if down the line they maybe tweak this a little bit. But it's very, very spacious. It's a very comfortable ship. Either side, you've got a doorway, and each of them has a cargo grid for 16 SCU. So it can carry 32 SCU of cargo. You just have to bring it on in small boxes. We've got gun racks. We've got a suit rack. I really hope they tell us actually today that they've got suit rack technology working so we can actually display our suits and stack them properly. We've got component storage in here. We've got an engineering panel in here, and it's basically the same. The other side's just mirrored. So again, we've got more component access and another cargo bay. But the real feature of this ship is these two medical bays here. And this is a modular ship. So it comes with 3 modules. You've got a module with 3 tier 3 beds, a module with 2 tier 2 beds, and a module with 1 tier 1 bed. And they included those in the price of the ship. When they originally put this concept up, you did have to buy the modules separately. They changed that for release. I don't know if they've actually refunded. I can't remember what they were doing for the players who paid the extra. Hopefully they have refunded them, given them store credit, however they've done it. But they decided to include them all for everyone. I've gone for the loadout for 2 tier 2 and 1 tier 1 because tier 2 and tier 1 can do what tier 3 does. So there's kind of, for what I do, there's no reason for me to take tier 3 beds around. I'm not playing in large groups, so I don't need the extra beds. Each of these you can set as a respawn, but whichever one you set as your respawn, that is the one you respawn at. You don't respawn on the ship, you respawn on the bed. So you have to make sure that the bed you're respawning on has enough med gel. And med gel is the new thing, which when you look in the top right, you can just see med gel's 400 out of 400. Each of those canisters is 100, and each tier injury uses up a different amount of med gel. I can't for the life of me tell you the numbers, but they do use different. And respawning uses up med gel, so you have to keep it stocked up with med gel. They cost 100,000 each, so they're not cheap. And the fact that you can stack them like this does make them a little bit of a target for pirates. I did get pirated earlier, but weirdly they didn't take my med gels. Each of these bays has got a large wheelchair accessible, I guess, bathroom, which is a nice touch, to be honest. We've got a medical fridge, but I don't think we can actually put stuff in there properly yet. And then there's a patient storage for each med bed, although the capacity on them is quite low and it doesn't seem to want to stay open. But yeah, basically in your vehicle manager, when you've got the ship stored in at your home location, you can change the configuration of your beds. So I could change it to a 3 and a 2. What you can't do, you can't have 2 tier 1s, you can't have 2 tier 2s, and you can't have 2 tier 3s because you're only given 1 of each, and you can't buy additional ones as far as I'm aware. Although it would be a good idea if they allowed you to do that, because I can imagine certain gameplay situations where you just want to have 6 tier 3 beds. But at the moment, I go with the tier 1s, and the tier 2s, and I set one of the tier 2s as my respawn at the moment because I was having issues with respawning in the tier 1. Then as you come through here, you've got a lovely large window which gives the illusion of space. And then you basically come into an area where there are more component access. So with engineering, that's something else we might see today actually, is more about engineering and when the tech preview is going to start. Let me chuck another fuse in there. Thank you. There we go. Let's make sure if we blow one fuse, we're not going to be screwed. And then we come into the bridge stroke living area. So we've got a little table. We've got a couple of beds, one each for the pilot and co-pilot. And we've got a staff head, I suppose you'd call it, on a ship. With a really lovely cockpit that you can see out of really nicely. When I get a Tobii eye tracker, which I might aim to try and get one sometime next year, I'll be able to do that and look around the ship. And that will just mean being able to use like cockpit windows like this will be such an amazing experience. Just be able to look around as you're flying without having to hold down F and move the mouse. But no, it's a really, really nice ship. I really like it. And then we've just got the final feature to show you, which is the elevator. And this is a really nice... Now, remember, it's a medical ship. Part of being a medical ship is sanitation and, you know, preventing stuff from coming in. You call the elevator and that protective glass shield comes around it. And then you, as you exit, it drops down again to stop anything from outside spilling into the interior of the ship. And there you have it. That's just like your cockpit access to the ship. And where's the... But yeah, that is the Apollo. So they're using this chassis for a cargo variant, which is... I don't know how I feel about it, because I kind of like this chassis, looking at it saying, that's a medical ship. But I also understand, like, this does have a potential for other uses. So a cargo one, maybe an executive one, as kind of like an executive shuttle to rival the E1 when it comes into the game. I can definitely imagine there being like a posh version of this to shuttle like rich people around in. I mean, yeah, there's a few uses they could use for that, but I love it as a medical ship. Yeah, there we go. I want to have a quick look in my inventory to see if I have got any of the stuff from my CitizenCon digital goodies pack. So let me just bring up the website again. Go down here. Oh, there we go. Digital goodies pack. So we get new armor set 1, new armor set 2. They'll probably get revealed today, actually. New undersuit, a new flight suit with helmet, a new jacket, 3 new weapons, a challenge coin and a trophy, which is every year, and then 3 hangar decorations or ship decorations. So yeah, it cost me 30 quid, but sod it, why not? That's the flight suit, I think, which is actually, I really like that flight suit. That's very, very much a flight suit. Can't wait to see what that looks like, and you can just about see the other armors in the background. One of them looks like it might be alien influence there, looking at that, but hopefully we'll see a little bit more about those. But let's see if anything has appeared in here. It's hard for me to tell because I've got so many different armors in here now. So I'm just looking for things that I don't recognize. How long have we got? Half an hour. All these bloody basic white flight suits as well. I need to just sell those. Keeping multiple copies of certain things as well for now. Because again, I want to be able to display all these armor sets. Like, as a hangar decoration and a base decoration, we know there's going to be armor cabinets for when you craft armor to sell it and it's lockable. Just put that in the game as a hangar decoration so that I can display sets of armor around my hangar. It'll just look so good, rather than have it all sitting in your inventory and you forget you've got it. Again, a lot of the stuff in the pack won't have been finished yet, so it will be coming into the game in the next couple of months. But some stuff will appear after the presentation stage. So there's my medical one that I bought, which is a heavy armor. So probably when I play tomorrow, I'm probably going to switch into that as well. But yeah, I haven't got any of the digital goodies stuff there yet. So the engines on that thing are bloody loud. Looks like I've got a lot in here, but I haven't really. I no longer have my my Benjamin Sisko, my Mercury Star Runner. I no longer have, because that's why I upgraded to the Apollo, because it just wasn't getting used. So most of my other ships I do actually use at some point. So, but yeah, right. Let's exit the game. Drink. Takes a little while to exit. Just having a look. I have no idea if anybody is watching the YouTube at all. At least I've had a couple of people watching the Twitch. So hello, if you're there. Hope you're all okay. Oh, I've gained a follower. Who followed me? I've got no alert. Okay. Well, hello. If somebody did follow me, I apologise if I missed you. I'm just not getting alerts the same way I used to with this new setup. What I am going to do is I'm going to get this ready for the Twitch stream from Star Citizen. Because what we'll do is we'll be piping the Twitch stream through live with my camera. I will talk during the stream. I'll just try not to talk over anything important. Because obviously I want to hear what's being said. You guys will want to hear what's being said. Oh, there's the countdown. Woohoo. Actually, let me close down all those other web pages for a moment as well. There's no point keeping those open. In fact, wait, have we got... Oh, I was going to say, we've got drops from Star Citizen, but it's Duolingo. No thanks. I gave up on Duolingo. I was doing Japanese, but I wasn't retaining the information very well. I don't necessarily like the way Duolingo teaches you. So, although it is weird, I've been watching anime lately, and I now recognise a lot of the sounds because I watch it with subtitles. So I can actually hear certain words now, not necessarily translate them, but it's just like, what you're saying, I can actually hear the different components now, whereas before I couldn't. But yeah, so I'm just trying to think what else we can talk about. The irony is I should have started an hour later, but they said 1900 UTC and I didn't allow for the time difference. Otherwise I'd have actually started at 7 rather than at 6, but I thought, you know what, sod it, I'll get on. You know, if people are around we can talk. Can I just check, is my camera frozen? Or is it just here on my version of the stream? It has frozen. I'm not surprised. I've been having the issues with it yet again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand up. I'm going to unplug it for a bit and then plug it back in.
Behold, the Copion.
I do know somebody else who has similar problems with it, so it isn't just me.
Brains, it makes
what
up
are they
for
showing?
by being incredibly, well, horny. A commodity highly sought after by hunters and poachers alike.
Let me just...
Fortunately, for our Copion, that
still need to exit the
usually
game.
results in a free meal.
Not the face!
Let's just have that up ready, because it looks like they're doing little videos in the build-up to it. Oh, I completely forgot that I'm sorting out the camera. Right. Hopefully. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Oops. Don't be like this. Okay. Right. Bear with me while I try and fix this. It's mad that it's been like it as long as I've had this camera. And yet there were months where it didn't go wrong at all. So I have no idea what the problem could be. Really don't have an idea. And I've even I've lowered the resolution, I've lowered everything to maybe see if it was overloading the system a bit. Maybe it's something to... I don't know if you remember, but I bought a new PSU last October. I still haven't installed it. I'm going to do that in November. I cannot believe I still haven't installed that bloody thing. Right, let's see. Right. You guys can... I am trying to. Right.
Why'd you bring this, rookie?
Foundation Festival. Tradition. How do I go prone? Which button?
I think this is stuff from players that they're showing at the moment.
It's not working.
Get down!
Guys, which button do I press to get up? Which button do I press to get up?
Alt F4.
No. It's like it's trying to work. Hey, we're back. Okay, I am going to make myself quite small because I really don't want to block too much of the presentation. So it'll probably freeze again. You know what it's like. There's just nothing I can do about it. So let's hide McCracken. So, oh, this is I'm getting that anticipation now. I was thinking, have I got any more 3D printed stuff that I could bring over and show you guys? I'd love to show you the printer as well, but it's all the way over there and it's heavy. So one day, what I might do, just for shits and giggles, is I might just set up a camera, recording something printing, and just live stream the printing. Just just leave it running and just see how many people tune in and watch. Just because people are weird. It is really satisfying though, I'm not going to lie. You can stand there, you can watch it for a few minutes, and it is really satisfying. And when it doesn't infill, like there's various different patterns you can use for an infill, there is something really pleasing about watching it do infill in different like wavy patterns or a grid pattern or triangles or whatever. It's just like, oh, I love watching it. But yeah, it's sad. But I've got a request from a friend who does pottery. She's asked me about making some textured rollers, so rollers with a repeating pattern on it that she can then use on pottery that she makes. So I'm going to look into making that. My mum has an EpiPen for her allergies and she wants a box for it. So I'm going to make her a box for that. As I said, I'm going to make the stand for my dad's F1 car. And I'm also going to... Where obviously, Gundy, you've got the F1 Speed Champions as well. I've been looking for possible designs for display stuff for that, and I've got a couple of options for those that I'm going to make.
This is Edwards. After 36 years of a successful cargo foreman career, he's ready to retire. And this is Bob, your everyday hauler. Bob doesn't give a shit. Bob is too busy reading a funny post online.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'll definitely show you, Gundy. That's funny. Put down the Moby class. Excellent. Actually, you know what? We've got 20 minutes. What I can do, really hope this doesn't overload the computer. It shouldn't do. You should be able to see this when it opens. And I put it on the correct screen. Oh, the computer didn't like that. It is quite heavy on the system, this, actually. So this is Bamboo Studio, which is the software I use. I'm going to be making that soon. That light box there for Star Wars. That there is the stand for my dad's car. I've made loads of these for my desk drawer. I'm going to make the USS Prometheus at some point from Star Trek. I made one of the... This is the dry vase that I've made, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to IKEA do some cherry blossom branches, fake ones. So I'm going to get a few of those and put them in that as a display somewhere. I didn't actually mean to click on that. But if I close that again, if I go to here, I'm going to try... Which one is it? Don't know if this is the one. Let me see. A lot of the stuff I make at the moment isn't stuff that I can sell because commercial licenses and stuff, that's not the one. But I will be either looking for stuff with a commercial license that I can make and sell or design stuff myself. Where is the correct one? Why did that just jump? Okay. What's this one? No, that's for the minis, so I can make myself a little starting grid. Let's just see what we're showing. This is in the Arena Commander. So they're just doing some cinematics there. I don't know how people can film like this. I want to learn how to film things in Star Citizen like this, because I could then just make some really amazing videos. Going back to that. So yeah, that's just a grid. You print off basically, each of those is 4, so print off 3 of those, and you've got a starting grid for the mini F1 cars. Oh, is this a speed race display? Let me check. Yes, this is it. So what this is, each of these forms a box that you set each car in, but what you do around the loop, you put LED lights, and they can connect together, so you have 6 and 6, or I think you can do 4, 4, 4, and it's a display stand for all of them. I should see if... What was it called? It was called Speed Racer Display. Let me quickly search. Because it can be used for other Speed Racer cars as well. It doesn't just have to be... oh, that's Dire Play. F1 Lego Speed Racer. Actually, they're new. They're quite nice. Again, these I actually like these ones, and now that, and once I get the thing that I can do multicolor printing, they're an option as well. But I just want to show you this particular display because it's quite unique. I hope they haven't taken it down. Disappointing if they have. But it usually comes up on that list a lot higher. No, no more data. Okay. F1 Lego display.
Hi there, I'm Scooter Lee Scooter from the beautiful Brio's Breaker Yard on Damer. Now, some people think Brio's is still a rough and tumble kind of place, but that just ain't true, Bo. Brio's is a safe environment with fun for the whole family. And we don't just sell gently used
Oh, I
spaceships.
love this
We also
community.
do ship repairs, ship
So
detailing, ship
creative.
paint,
They're so good.
and even weapon swaps. So when you need your next ship upgrade, you come on down and you tell Scooter Scooter sent you. Y'all have a good evening.
Brilliant. Okay. That's new. That wasn't there before, but that's for the minifigs anyway. There it is. Speed Champions display. So, as you can see, it's like layers, but each layer has an LED. So, and you can display it slightly different ways as well. But I'm going to try like printing one section, getting some LEDs, putting it in and just see how it looks. Because that might be how I end up displaying my Lego F1 cars when I eventually put them together. I've got 6 of them now. I think I only need... What do I need? I still need the Mercedes, which I've been delaying because they always have loads of those, so I've not been in a rush for those. I need the... I think I picked up the Williams the other day. It's the... I was going to call it the Force India. The Alpine. I think I still need the RB. And what's the 4th one I need? Haas. I haven't got Haas yet. So I'll pick one up next week anyway, because again, I get paid Wednesday, so I'll pick another one up. I said I've got my Darth Vader helmet now. So in terms of my Star Wars collection, with the current plan, I now only need to get either the Executor or the home one. The home one does go out of production at the end of this year. So I'm basically going to leave it and see which one I prefer right towards the end of the year. The other possibility is I might get a couple more Lego lightsabers from Demon Brick Hunter. The Haas, to be honest, it is a nice looking car. It does look good. The reason I picked up the Williams this time was because it was one of the cheaper ones. I was buying it at the same time as the Darth Vader helmet, and they were doing that thing where if you spent 50 quid on Lego, you got 5 quid off. So I thought, well, I might as well get those and just really reduce the amount I'm spending so that I don't feel as guilty as normal. But, yeah.
You won't know I'm here. Silence.
Can you hear the video fine, by the way?
I don't care why. I finish the job. Darkness makes you weak, makes you blind. No pain, no fear, just cold breath on your neck. When the light comes back,
So I can always turn it up or down as needed. 12 minutes. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. It's a bit loud for me though, so I'm just gonna... In here, where's my browser? Unlink it. If I leave that at 65, I'm just gonna drop it down to 55 for me. There we go. Cool. This is going to be so exciting. So good. It's see what people are going on about. There will not be a release date for Squadron 42. Stop asking for it. Oh, the other thing we might get in. We've got Wicklow, who is the Banu who you collect stuff to, take it to him, and he'll give you either a ship with special livery and certain components, or special coloured version of an armour or of a weapon, that sort of thing. There's talk of there being another character in game who does alternatives to those. Some people have suggested that it might be a kind of seller who sells ships that are like cobbled together from different ships. I'm going to kibosh that idea for now. We may get the other seller, but I don't think the game tech is ready to handle combinations of different ships. I think there's too much going on with engineering and stuff to make that something that can actually work in game. So, no worries, Gundy. So imagine you've got like the front end of, I don't know, of a Scorpius, the middle section of a Prospector. There's such engineering required within the game tech to make ships like that work. I just don't see it happening. Basically, the only way they could do it is if they were pre-designed so that that is a ship design in and of itself. But yeah, the other ship seller we might see today. There's the old Corsair. Oh, that is brilliant. Oh, I love it. Oh, people are so creative. I'm so jealous. Oh, that's excellent. Right, let me just do my Pokemon cards before the stream starts. Good old Pokemon pocket trading card game. But there's a lot of people who are actually in game at the moment who will literally exit the game within the next 6 minutes. Open chat again. Oh, we should also see revealed in the next few weeks the paints from Ship Showdown, because you'll be able to buy... No, you won't be able to buy the paints, but you'll be able to see the winning ships in those paints at IAE in 6 weeks. So, oh. Right, there goes my card sorted. Oh. So you don't get many other games that do things like this. So for all those people who like complain that they don't communicate with us, CIG communicate with us more than pretty much every other game studio. Like, we get a lot of access, a lot of information from them. Yes, sometimes their communication leaves something to be desired. They should be a bit more open, particularly where there's problems. They just need to keep us up to date a bit better than they do. But like, there are parts of the community that want to know every single thing that they're doing, and it's just, if they go down that route, they're not actually going to get anything done. So it's just, it annoys me sometimes that people are just like, well, why don't they tell us about X? It's just like, because there's nothing to tell yet. This I want redesigned, the ASOP terminals, because I hate them. Somebody sat there and designed this. Somebody animated this whole thing. Like, I'm jealous. Oh, elevators killing him. Brilliant. And everyone in the chat, so true, accurate. Oh, dear. CIG, can we get an elevator plushie, please? Oh, dear. I really would love to visit their studio one day. Like, a lot of the bigger streamers who like get on really well with various developers, because the devs do go in and out of streams a lot as well. At CitizenCon last year, a good few of them got a tour around the studio. I kind of wish I'd hung around Meg a bit more that day, because I might have been able to tag along with her while they did a tour. But I would love to go to the studio and just look at what they've got around there, just see the kind of environment that they're working. See, it's a really nice looking studio. So, but it'd be great to see Jared's little filming studio in person. Just sit on the I can't remember what he calls the ship now, but come on. I do keep having to check both streams just in case someone's talked in them and it's not coming through, but they haven't. Okay, no worries. I really hope this is actually going. Let me just bring up my YouTube, because I've got a bad feeling that's not coming through. Quick look. No, it is going through. Good. Whew. That would have been worried. 2-hour VOD, 2-hour YouTube video of nothing. Pure blackness. And my voice. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. I bet everybody who's streaming Star Citizen right now is streaming CitizenCon. Where's the category? Oh no, somebody's in game. Nice mullet. I know. There's a couple of people in game, but not many.
One day.
Oh, another request, CIG. Can we please get bins on our ships and in our hangars? We need some waste bins so that we're not seeing bottles littered everywhere. Sorry, just having to send a flirty message, don't mind me. 2 minutes. Right. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen, it's here. It's almost here. CitizenCon Direct 2955. See if any of these predictions are correct. Let's see, are we getting Nix? Oh, really hope we're getting Nix this year. So, come on. This is the longest 2 minutes of my life. Actually, no, I've had longer. So yeah, as I said, I won't talk over them a lot. I will probably comment. If we get a moment where I can say something over, say, video while they're not talking, I'll say stuff. I'll try not to interrupt anything important. What I should do, I doubt they're gonna have. Yeah, subtitles aren't available because it is live. Okay. I wonder if they're going to open with a video that's just going to make us all just scream with delight, you know? Oh, God. Oh, we're just going to open with Jared. Hi, everybody. They've not done an audio check. They usually do a nice audio check on the other streams. I can understand why they've not done one, but I'm also a little surprised we're not getting Jared talking now. Come on, come on, come on, come on. 20 seconds. High quality content, Twitch. Me watching a countdown. 12, 11, 10. Don't worry, I'm not going to do a full countdown. Oh, I've been looking forward to this all week. Here we go.
This year has marked a turning point in Star Citizen's history. We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale, seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together. Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months. It has brought a more populated and active verse with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once. It's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience. I couldn't be prouder of the team. They delivered something no other online game does presently. There may be other games out there that claim large player counts or even the ability to mesh, but none do it at our detail, scale, and seamlessness. Of course, there will be continued improvements to server meshing and to Star Engine, but having moved past this last big technological hurdle has allowed us to finally focus on quality of life and stability improvements, something that has long been overdue. We're about to deliver our 9th patch in 10 months, with content that has brought Star Citizen storytelling into new and exciting directions. We pushed more than 24 features and more than 2,000 bug fixes. And while there is still a long way to go, the game has gotten more stable, performant, and fun as a result. We see this in player metrics. More of you play every day. The daily average users is up 45% from last year.
Wow.
And your play time is up 15%. So more people venture out into the verse and stay there longer than ever before. And through all that, we've told the dual stories of the Frontier Fighters Assault on Pyro and the moral compromises being made to combat the regen crisis. Now, as those stories come to a rest for the time being, it's time to look forward to the next chapter of Star Citizen, where the instability in Pyro and the callous actions of some pave the way to new adventures, new locations, and new threats.
New locations?
Last year, we announced our next Star System would be Nyx, home to the People's Alliance of Levski and bordering the Vandal threat. Today, we're proud to share that your adventures in Nyx begin not next year, but next month.
Yes!
Star Citizen's 3rd system comes online in Alpha 4.4.
Yes!
2 new systems in 1 year.
Oh.
That's only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams, server meshing accelerating what's possible, the support teams behind the scenes, and most importantly, all of you.
Thank you, Chris.
Now, I do miss that we're not all together under one roof this year, but in many ways, we're more connected than ever. Across the globe, many of you are gathering at watch parties, 9 of them with our developers in attendance, and countless others springing up in communities everywhere, and all happening simultaneously today. So even if we're separated by oceans and continents, we're bound together by the same passion for space, for discovery, and for this incredible universe we're building together. Whether you're at home or alongside your crew at a watch party, grab a drink, sit back, on YouTube, and let us take you inside our up-and-coming plans for the next year of Star Citizen.
Yes! Nyx is coming! Oh. I can't open chat. Oh, that's up. Okay. Oh, that is Nyx. That's Levski. Oh. Excellent. Sorry, I just need to see how mental chat is going. Oh, yeah. People are happy. People are happy. Welcome. Oh, brilliant. Hi, Jared.
With the foundational technology now in place, the the content development of the game is no longer restricted, allowing us to forge ahead with building out our first 5 star systems. Nyx will see the much-loved Levski landing zone added back to the verse, while also bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glacium Belt. Here, you'll experience a new combined arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our 3rd star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire Star Citizen experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year, with the addition of several major locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex, we will continue to unveil new Nyx content throughout the year. It's a slightly different approach to how we deliver Pyro, but we feel this gets the content into your hands sooner and shows our intent as we continue our march towards 1.0. I'm so incredibly proud of the work our teams have done and are continuing to do, and we're excited to have you on this next step of our journey. And as with any journey in Star Citizen, that begins with a little story.
Oh, he looks so happy, by the way. I've seen Richard a lot, and he looks happy talking about this.
In 2025, we introduced 2 major storylines spanning multiple patches, creating a living backbone for adventure across the universe. The first was Pyro Must Burn. It connected Stanton to Pyro and introduced the Frontier Fighters, who are relentless, brutal, and determined to wipe out any threats that cross them. And with this month's release, you'll now take part in the conclusion to that storyline. The second was Science Run Amok, with the Regen Crisis throwing the Empire into chaos, and you all jumping in to help the various corporations respond. Through that journey, we pulled back the curtain on ASD and its shady practices, uncovering long-forgotten Onyx facilities, and met new characters like Dr. Logan Yorit and Detective Arkham Mella of the Hokro Agency. And just like the Pyro Must Burn storyline carried us into a new system, Science Run Amok is now setting the stage for Nyx, the next step in the larger story we're telling on the road to 1.0. As this new chapter of Star Citizen begins, let's hear from just a few of the team members working to bring this next era of our universe to life.
Oh,
when the
look
Nyx
at
system
that.
was first discovered, the United Empire of Earth, the UE, came out and did scans and kind of found out that the system wasn't really receptive. The planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up. And one company saw opportunity where the UE didn't, QV Planet Services. And so they expanded into the system and tried to mine as much as they could, making a very slim margin by the sheer quantity of resources they were pulling out.
The system itself sort of ran its course from sort of a large corporate interest perspective, and then was mostly left abandoned.
Now this ended up being the ideal situation for the People's Alliance, who were a group of revolutionaries who were trying to overthrow the dictatorship of the Messer regime that was going on in the Empire at the time.
So they went to the Nyx system and established what became known as Levski. They wanted to make it everything that the UEE wasn't at this time.
They set up what they saw as their ideal society, where everyone's voices would be heard, where everyone would be equal. But they've fallen onto hard times. So Nyx today is kind of at an interesting point in its history. Now that the UEE has kind of transformed itself into a democratic society, what is their role? What are the People's Alliance rebelling against? And they still see the Empire as being inherently unfair. They see their role as still trying to create a free and fair society. But on the other hand, they have more problems than ever, and there's new threats lurking around every corner. And they have to ask, are they prepared to handle that? Or do they need to turn to the UEE for help?
Cool. Okay.
Making a star system is you approach it from kind of two angles in a weird way. What is this system bringing to the gallery? How does this new system plug into it, and what does it bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and has some flair to it.
So the Nix system is a remote system where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and influence of the UEE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vandal.
It's kind of like a frontier-esque thing. It's not lawless like Pyro, it's just kind of out there. Pyro's more like a Mad Max wasteland, and Nix is more like Silverado or like Deadwood, right? It's kind of like a smaller scope.
The emptiness and the loneliness is the defining factor. You're still going to find gangs, you're still going to find hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want to live off the grid.
The People's Alliance is the main peacekeeping force in Nix.
They were unhappy with the direction that the Empire was going under the Messers. They got out. They said, we're just going to start from scratch, build our own society, but build it the way that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect. They're just people, but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nix safe and make it prosper.
They are trying to do the best that they can, but are faced with the realities of dealing with people, which is tricky.
Yep. I think we can all agree with that.
The Pyro star is quite a warm star. Stanton star is quite neutral. And the Nix is a little bit cooler. The system has its star, and it has this dark, really, really dense gas, sort of nebulous cloud. And it has points of light scattered around it, and those points of light in this gas cloud is really, really hazy. So because Nix is bordering Vandal space, it was important that we have a gap in the Nix gas cloud where you could sort of just, in between the clouds, see a piece of the Vandal space. It feels so close that it's even like protruding some red light.
That's cool.
The level designers are using it as an actual visual indicator of where to place more dangerous POIs. So if you point your ship in the direction of it, you should find, as we build it out, that you will be in more and more danger. And I think that's really cool. To give more atmosphere, I was testing out adding some sort of space snowflakes, essentially. So when you look towards the sun, you can sort of see that sort of like sparkle. But then when you look away from the sun, you'll see the reflections and sort of like little glints of light. For the jump points in Nix, we'll have 2 on this release. We'll have one from Pyro to Nix and one from Stanton to Nix.
Oh, okay.
It should be going from Nix to Castra, but we're essentially bypassing Castra temporarily.
Yeah,
hey, we want to make sure you can get there any way you want.
Okay, I appreciate that as
Glacian Belt is
a temporary touch.
Huge asteroid belt that is in sort of the middle of the system.
Glacian Belt is a combination of a bunch of technologies that we already had. The asteroid fields we use for planetary rings and the gas clouds, and it's combining them to make something completely new that we've just not seen before.
It's full of resources that are still left unharvested because it's kind of a tricky spot for mining. It's not the easiest place to go, but that means that there's still a lot of opportunity for independent miners to go out there.
Excellent.
So the rocks in Nix are
I think the Arastra might be coming.
Like, sorts of like icy look, rocky, cliff-like, very different from those in the Pyro and the Stanton.
One of the big differences too is all of that extra added movement that just adds a little bit of extra flair.
It's also a good hiding spot for people who are trying to elude capture, maybe set up ambushes, that type of stuff.
Always feel way more interesting flying in those spaces than just, through empty void.
And as we build out the Glacian Belt over the next year, lots of places to put new content.
Delamar is a very large asteroid in the Glacian Belt that QV Planet Services had built a mining base on that got taken over by the People's Alliance and renamed Levski.
It's just so pretty.
Levski is our first and biggest social outpost for Nyx.
It's kind of like the place where you stop before you do your panning. So it's kind of a San Francisco before you go out to the gold rush.
It's going to be the central hub for trade and hauling and all of the commerce within Nyx and also from Nyx to other systems. But it does have a seedy underlayer to it.
Over the years, you're sort of improving the generation method of those asteroids to culminate towards this specific point to make large, explorable location.
Excellent.
When
Something
you
we've
fly
always
towards the
wanted.
west, you see this huge gas ring around it, scattered small, mid-sized pieces of the asteroids.
Well, Levski is immediately apparently unique by the fact that it's a facility clamped onto the side of an asteroid. The breathtaking views of looking into the belt instantly gives it a unique charm and flavor.
As you approach, you'll initially see a very dramatic borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid. You'll also see, growing out from there and alongside Levski, there will be landing pads along what I'd call the spine. Lots of industrial pipes and transport systems to bring out the refined mining
Was that a new
materials when
ship?
it was a mining station.
Before we were using an actual planet, so we had all of the space available to place all of these structures. But now it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size to.
If we took the whole shot of the asteroid, you will see that there is an area to fly underneath. We plan on bringing in hull C gameplay, so this is exterior cargo elevators. So as a team, you will be able to load and unload cargo.
There's a lot more movement on the exterior, such as the cargo trains going around tracks.
Oh, wow.
It's now going to be fully EVA-able. There will be walkways around the main landing zone to walk on using gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want.
Low
You can
grav
explore fully
gunfights.
the whole place, which is great.
This is gonna be
Unlike
so
the
cool.
majority of anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here in Nyx that care.
It's not a downtrodden or derelict, dilapidated location. It has a sense of order.
But only where the People's Alliance has people living.
But we've had Levski before, and we've updated it quite substantially to be more in line with the newer features that have been put in since, but also visually. And there's been a lot of quality of life fixes that we've wanted to add and bring up to like a good standard for a landing zone.
I've not actually seen
Facing
the
main
original
lobby of
Levski.
Levski is a large statue of Anthony Tanaka, who was a child worker.
And was being worked to death. All of them were. And Anthony Tanaka just had a break and just said no, and stood up against the foreman, the supervisors, the managers, the guards, and was killed for it. And so he became a sort of a figurehead.
And kind of was one of the linchpin moments in seeing the fall of the Messer regime.
Oh, that's really sad.
So if you take the elevator up to the top deck, you'll see the top view and the cargo area as well. So you can go through the cargo shop. You've got your normal kind of cargo needs. You'll have ability to trade and buy your tractor beam and other gear that you need. So if you were to die in the Nyx system, then one of the places you might come out from is the hospital in Levski, which is called the Mercy Hospital.
Sweet.
So Mercy Hospital is just basically, it's a local med station for all the residents of Levski, anybody traveling through the system. Again, they're trying to provide as good medical help for people as they can.
Will it be a starting location? I assume so.
You arrive at the HAB's location, you'll be presented with a lobby, elevator bank, and then you will take that transit to the HAB room. So within that room will be pods.
And that's where the original miners would have lived. They're not the nicest, and they're a bit messy, but they're a home for people in Levski. If you head down to the lower view deck, you'll go through into the Grand Barter, which is your main social and commercial area of Levski.
This is where you will see market sellers selling their wares. There will be stalls, there will be kind of more embedded shops.
And that includes things like Corderies, which is your armor shop, and also conscientious objects, which is for weapons. There's also one of my favorite places, Cafe Musée, which is where you can go down into some of the more rocky depths and grab yourself a drink, and you never know who you meet down there.
Mission givers.
If you explore a bit more around the Grand Barter, there's other routes around and little side passages. There's another shop that's away from that area called Teachers.
Teach's Ship Shop is basically where you would go if you were looking to pick up a used ship, buy some ship parts, fix up your old ship, find some new stuff, sell some scrap.
Sweet.
We've closed up Dumpers Depot for Levski, and everything that used to be sold there will now be sold at Teachers. Another new area, as well as the cargo shop that we've added, is the refinery deck for Levski. That's where you can take your processed goods, not just from Levski, but from the rest of the Nix system, and refine and sell those goods there.
Sweet. I'll spend a lot of time
the
here.
content in the next coming releases for Nix is going to be mining related.
Okay.
So it's super important that Levski is a really nice hub.
The Arastra is getting released, guys.
Gameplay. So we're really happy to bring Levski back into the game. It's been gone for quite a few years now.
I think it really provided a unique environment of it's run down, but the people who live there love it and are working their hardest to make it a great place to live.
This is a location that has a lot of nostalgia for you guys, and we don't want this just to be a re-release. We do want you to go, wow.
It's not going to be as complete as Pyro was when it first came out, but it's going to be our first iteration, and you're going to be able to see it grow as we work on it.
I don't mind that.
With everything, we're always learning and improving and finding new ways.
I mean, is there anything more Star Citizen than just building the system while the players watch us build it around them?
It's going to add a nice dynamic to Stanton and be a much more calming of style system than Pyro.
The people that would have played it before are going to love to see this come back, and the people that haven't seen it before, it's going to be a great new location.
This is the first time that I'm going to be able to touch stuff and kind of bring my own content to the game, and that's really exciting to me.
Levski coming back into the game is a huge milestone personally for me. So I worked on the original quite some time ago, so seeing it come back and updated and improved and better is fantastic.
Oh, this is going to be so good. Yeah, if it's mining focused, the Arastra is a ship that's perfect for it. Ooh, the Vandal.
So we've talked about Levski, we've talked about the Glacian Belt, but you're probably asking yourself, what's the new gameplay activity we're going to be doing? So let's find out.
Welcome to Nix is your first experience in a new space station in a new solar system.
It's a mystery to be solved. There's things for the player to explore and look into. There's going to be some twists and turns, of course, some combat, and if you're lucky enough to survive, maybe some good rewards.
This is basically a continuation of kind of our ASD storyline. So in the closing out what we had called our Science Run Amok storyline, we had revealed that ASD had been procuring sort of very black market illegal stuff in order to conduct their experiments. So this mission is basically going to be
not actually finished that
trail.
story yet.
So the Navy has learned that illegal tech is being sold in the UAE, and they're hiring Intersect to investigate. Intersect Defense Solutions is the leading military defense contractor in the UAE. So the Navy contracts with them a lot for doing various kind of military operations that they don't want to handle themselves. We didn't want players to be working directly for the Navy. The Navy just doesn't call up random citizens and ask like, hey, if you're free, can you fly a helicopter? I guess as a player, when you can think about like, oh, where am I going to be doing missions that are capital ship battles or large fleet scale stuff or military operations, that's all going to come from Intersect Defense Solutions. Intersect have
keeping an eye out on the
source of the
ships.
illegal tech is in the Nix system and an old abandoned QV Planet Services logistics station that's come back online.
So they want the players to figure out what's going on.
Okay. A mystery.
So when you come out of Quantum and you start your approach vector to the objective, you'll be weaving through asteroids, going through the Glacian Belt, and slowly the station will reveal itself. Now this is an old QV logistics station. It's pretty beat up, it's pretty derelict, but there's some points of interest that you'll spot as you go through. So the station itself shares design cues from old Pan Am stations found in Pyro. This architectural design found its way over to the Nix system as the system was being established. But you'll also see some additional design cues that QV planetary services were adding, so it's a nice transition architectural point. It's fairly skeletal in design. You'll see logistics yards and cargo yards, but also facilities pinned inside the asteroid, creating this network of facilities. You'll notice there's a Polaris near the main hub. It's not a normal Polaris. It's damaged, it's broken. It's not a standard corporate Polaris. So at this point, you should be asking yourself, who does this belong to? Away from the Polaris, you'll see struts leading to asteroid bases. Now these asteroid bases are locked, so you don't know exactly what's inside just yet. But all of this comes together to form the playground for the mission to take place. So not only is this facility unabandoned, but it's also under attack from a surprising but familiar foe.
Yes! Oh my god. Oh my god.
For the first time in the PU, the Vandal.
Yes! More aliens!
So the Vandal are a nomadic, very, very, very violent spacefaring race.
They've been striking out against outposts and such in the Nix system. They don't really know what they want, don't know why they're doing it, but it seems like whoever's running the station is really pissed them off.
Vandal raiding parties have been arriving in the system, and they're unaffiliated to any clan. There's small groups coming in and picking at them. But as time goes on, those raids are getting bigger and more frequent.
There'll be the scythes that you're familiar with, glaives and blades that we all know and hate, and a new craft for the PU, the Vandal Stinger.
There it is. Oh, that's a mean-looking ship.
You'll be contacted by some civilians on arrival asking you for help.
So at this point, you have a choice. You can either bug out, mission over, or join the fight. This will be the first time since the PU launch that you'll be able to fight against Vandal aggressor ships.
This fight will be intense. The player should be able to deal with them, but they will have to be prepared and they'll have to come back in to fight off this initial wave, and that won't be the end of it.
After you fight off the Vandal ships, the mysterious inhabitants of the station invite you to come on board.
Which Intersect sort of will encourage you to do because it'll help further their investigation against what's happening here, why these QV stations have come back online.
You dock your ship, you board the station, and it turns out the inhabitants here have a real surprise for you.
The player will be immediately ambushed. These guys are not your friends.
Of course, it's not going to be easy because the people that are inhabiting the station are going to fight you every step of the way.
The fight will be challenging, but this definitely will be the warm-up phase of this mission. This will be the players getting a sense of what exactly is going on there, who these new people are. They'll be in unfamiliar armor. They'll be wielding unfamiliar weapons. And we want you to get a sense that you are in a new place, in a new territory, fighting a new faction.
So after you survive this initial ambush, you get back in touch with Intersect, and obviously the question is, who are these people? Why are they attacking you? Why are the Vandals
Don't give
attacking
everything
them?
away, though,
At this
guys.
point, there's more going on here than anyone thought. The directive from Intersect is to explore the station and collect as much information as you possibly can.
Along the way, you're going to get to explore some new areas.
It's not just the space station. There's the disabled capital ship. There's asteroid bases nearby with obvious installations there, other forces that the Vandal have been attacking. There's a debris field.
Explore the locations in any order you want and try to find out who these people are and why the Vandal are after them.
Oh, this is going to be so good.
You'll find ways to solve the puzzle of what's going on at the space station and find out what kind of loot they have for you now that you've beat them.
And of course, this is a legally open station, so anything you find is yours to keep and sell, maybe even give to Wicklow.
Oh, okay.
This isn't just a one-time event, this is a permanent sort of mission that we're going to be adding to the game.
You can go back and repeat this mission and find ways to do it even better, even faster.
There'll be a different story and different flavor. Obviously, we can't have the same thing happen every time. There'll be other missions that Intersect will offer to you based on the evidence that you found.
Now you know the real story, and you can start digging and giving more information to Intersect along the way.
So is the Stinger going on
I'm super
sale
excited
today?
to finally see the Vandal in the PU.
I'm excited to bring cool Vandal ship combat to SC.
Players in the PU will now get a face down these awesome ships and get a taste of like we already have it in Arena Commander where you get to fight the Vandal swarm, and being able to do that in the PU is going to be, I think, a heck of a lot of fun.
Oh, it looks like a scarab
And this
beetle.
marks a great milestone for us for not only pushing hard and adding great content this year, we're also being able to introduce the next star system and introducing the next landscape to tell new stories and add new gameplay beats into the ever-expanding universe. So we'll leave 4.4 there. If you're at one of the watch parties,
So that's
please raise a toast to
4.4.
the great
Cool.
work that all the teams have been doing this year. And I'll be right back in just a few minutes to look ahead at some of the things coming in 2026.
Oh, that is great opening section.
Hello, everyone.
Great opening section.
And welcome to the Voyager Bar in beautiful scenic Orizon, where the staff of
looks
Cloud
so
Imperium
cool.
Games Manchester is gathered for their very own CitizenCon Direct watch party.
Oh my god, that is
As
in the
dozens
studio.
of such events happening at locations around the world, we've gathered today to watch this sneak peek at just a little of what the next year of Star Citizen has in store for everyone. Oh, that was really good, everybody. I'm Jared Huckabee, your host for the festivities and for the show today. And let me tell you, it's not a joke. It's not a gag. Next week, we're hitting our 9th patch in 10 months. And then in November, we're going to finish out the year strong with the long-awaited arrival of the Nyx system.
Oh.
And in case you missed it because you were chatting with friends, hi. It's not the lawless wasteland of Pyro many folks have been speculating, but an independent system with its own set of rules and laws and multiple ways to get there. It's an exciting time for everyone at Cloud Imperium Games because, as the architects of our persistent universe said at the start of the show, the foundational tech that we've been building for so many years has now unlocked us to bring more to Star Citizen than ever before as we continue our journey towards 1.0. Now, before we continue with the show, let's get a few housekeeping tasks out of the way. First, we're simulcast on YouTube and Twitch. So if you want the keen communities of Twitch or the 4K ultra high resolution of YouTube, you have your choice. Second, throughout the broadcast today, we want to see and hear what you have to say along the way, and you can tell us on social media by using #CitizenCon. We're especially interested to see any photos from those watch parties that are happening across the globe. And we're going to find some way to bring
more and
bring a
more
few
off
of them
by
into
the
the
second.
broadcast later in the program. Third, we've also had a CitizenCon contest going for people to create their very own slice of life in the PU videos, and we played the winning entries during our pre-show countdown. The offerings were super varied. The idea was to work with a team to show the life of a miner or a hauler or a bounty hunter or whatever.
But one guy just said, I'm going to make a video about how awesome I am. And I respect that. So shout out Nocturnal Revenant. I don't remember if you were one of the winners getting an L21 Wolf from Kruger for their efforts, but you won the coveted Disco Lando Complete Narcissist Award. Good job. And to all the winners, I'm sure someone will either be in touch with you about your wolves or they'll just show up on your accounts. I really don't know how that process works. Probably would have been good to find out before the show, huh? He's so afraid. Either way, if you missed the pre-show and are curious if you won, you can check the replay after we're done here today. All right. I just realized that my bosses, Chris and Sandy, are sitting in a movie theater watch party in Switzerland right now. A completely captive audience. So real behind the scenes here. This is especially torturous for Chris right now because he's super excited about the next segment we've got coming up. Aren't you, Chris? And you're just sat there right now, forced to watch and listen to anything I say.
He lets Jared get away with
Do
so
either of you
much.
regret that decision so long ago? All right, so I've probably pushed my luck enough. Let's get to the next thing. When Nyx arrives next month, it'll have Levski, the Glacium Belt, and the new Welcome to Nyx operation we just discussed. But throughout 2026, we'll also continue to build the star system out with new features and new technologies that will not only set Nyx apart and give it a unique identity from its sibling star systems, but continue to set Star Citizen apart from other video games altogether. Now at this point, if you're running one of the watch parties, you're going to want to crank your speakers up for some brand new music from the maestro Pedro himself. And let's take a look at
Pedro
some
writes
of what the
great
next year has
music
to
for this
offer
game.
for the Nyx system.
I want a playlist of his music for this game.
At Cloud Imperium Games, we believe art inspires the best technology. And through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art. When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience every world. And not just in the building of the new planets for the Nyx system. We will also go back through Stanton and Pyro
Wasn't expecting this.
and reimagine them through the lens of our technology. Previously, and more traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected, were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations.
Very
this
much
was
like
a
Star
super hard
Wars
problem,
planets.
which we needed to solve at the scale for Star Citizen requires.
One planet is one
We
thing.
challenged ourselves
Not anymore.
to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level of detail.
Where are we?
With Genesis, we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things. Biomes are now created based on the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found. So when you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there. It's now because it simply wants to be there. It fits inside our rules.
It's natural.
Genesis also ties into our other gameplay systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create for our different datasets.
They did
height maps,
cover a lot of
humidity,
this last
temperature,
year,
soil
of
types,
how it
soil
works.
amounts, geology erosion data, to name but a few. This means you can now tell where to find valuable minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable for it. Where scree piles exist below sheer cliff faces, and where rocks have broken off over time due to erosion. Of course, these new tools still give us the ability to direct the look and feel we want. The attention to detail from the
I'm getting
tallest mountain
chills.
to the smallest flower is still our core DNA. With Genesis, we can now keep that detail-orientated mindset as we focus on the quality, and it provides the quantity.
Swamp.
Genesis provides our planets with the ultimate sense of exploration and adventure, discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place, with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with, and where you want to settle down and build your home.
Little hint there.
Now I'm going
Look
to hand
how
you over to Will
stunning
to go
this is going to
deeper
be.
into what we have built that allows Genesis to realize our vision. As a reminder, some of the visuals you'll see will evolve and change as we continue our technological development and hone in on the final look for Nyx.
Thanks, Ian. So, in case it's not already clear, Genesis is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on Planet Tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our presentation last year. And instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx. So there are 3 planets in Nyx. Nyx 3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface. I don't really know. Nyx 2 is a yellow, toxic. It's got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system. Nyx 1 has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping forests and grasslands, and from damp, expansive wetlands to claustrophobic, festering swamps. These core biome concepts give us a fantastic platform to hone our technology, in some cases because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them. So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit. The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously, we had different data that drove the orbital and ground coloring. That's because the orbit was designed to look like vegetation that we'd place on the surface, and the ground coloring was trying to be a mix of soil, rock, and the organic compound coloring that forms the kind of colors there. Now we author much more of the data in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look. We then assess the presence of vegetation and competition between different species on each part of the planet, and use that to blend in tones of green, including variations due to species health and the current season. This creates a far more complete
changes.
image and allows you to identify features, geologies, and potential points of interest all the way from space. Let's go down to the surface and start with something closer to what you're used to, but in a whole new light. When we approached the surface of the planet, we wanted to start by focusing on just the soil and rock. One of the things that was missing from our terrain previously was simply feature complexity. Looking at our contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called the medium tiles. These are intelligently placed on top of the existing 4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope, soil type, and other erosion data. And these medium tiles don't just create height changes, they also bring in local erosion data both for soil and bedrock size values. And this gives us a whole new level of terrain detail, of scale, and allows us to create far more unique locations across the planet. So now that we've nailed the surface, let's have a look at adding some rocks. We've now got two major contributors to the rock content of our planets. Firstly, long desired feature, cliffs.
Hey.
We are adding large scale, very detailed to all our cliffs based on the geology at a given location. This adds an exciting new dimension to steep slopes that we simply
Can we
couldn't
build
get
on the
before.
side of them?
The second is a big one for you ground vehicle enthusiasts. Rocks are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema, but only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell. Using physical data generated for each large and medium tile, now rock distribution makes sense and has a physical basis. So if you're still crashing into them after this comes out, that's on you.
Look how gorgeous
the rock
it
assets
is.
themselves have had a glow up too. We now create rock sets related to a particular geology that look like they originated from the same source. And this ties into how we'll be distributing minables in much more interesting ways too. So now that our base terrain and rock scattering looks good, let's add some vegetations and explore some additional biomes.
This was such a great presentation last year.
Nix One's forests and grasslands are full of trees, various grass species, rock formations, and they're found in all sorts of elevations like mountain valleys, open plains, and dense meadows. And when we start to add a bit of fresh water, they begin transitioning into more wetland type biomes. And while forests are super cool, let's focus on the grasslands and wetlands today. So,
Theresa
how are
May
we
would
making
love
these
it.
look so great? Obviously, we've had grass before, but never meadows of it. Because until now, we haven't been able to spawn grass in large enough quantities or effectively represented at distance. So we're stepping up our game in terms of spawning, shaping, and shading
God, I hope
grass.
my PC can handle all this.
With Genesis, we now leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities of assets across all biomes.
Uh-oh.
Whether it be dense meadows or more complex collections of ground cover like you can see in these wetlands. We are also able to fit our grass tiles to the ground by conforming them to the unique terrain underneath. Now we can finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets, and as a result they are now gravity aligned, meaning each blade is oriented as you'd expect and not sticking out like before. Next, let's take a look at how we light our grass. Now, as in real life, the shading of a grass blade, or indeed a whole field of grass, is lit very differently to like a flat surface. We now use a solution that shades meadows of grass far more like fur or hair. And this, if you think about it, makes sense. At a distance, a field of grass is far more like a carpet or cloth than a flat surface.
The snowy
This
mountains
improves
in the
how
distance.
our grass looks from a near perspective, as well as bringing us nicely into how we're solving the distant representation of grass. So, let's talk about the distance problem. One of our biggest achievements with Genesis is allowing us to build beautiful biomes out of flora and geology assets like a building set. Can I say Lego?
No.
Too late. But in the past, this broke down very quickly when objects simply disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20, 100 kilometers away. Because we don't hide planetary transitions and allow you to view complex regions from very large distances, there are almost infinite perspectives from which you can see a location in Star Citizen. So, how can we afford to evaluate complex spawning logic at runtime for the entire swathes of the planet? Enter the virtual terrain. Virtual terrain, or VT for short, is how we now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales. This has been the enabler for all of the lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown so far. And it's also how we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance. When creating the VT for each part of the terrain, we assess if vegetation has covered the ground, and if so, what shading should be applied. For all of our biomes, we're now able to use the same shading model for the distant representation as the close-up asset, whether that's our lovely rolling hills, some more dramatic rockscapes, those muggy wetlands, or even our festering swamps. So yeah, we didn't forget about the swamps, and they're coming to Nyx 1 as well.
Excellent.
Built using the lessons learned and all the technologies we've developed, these swamps now spring into existence from the planetary data. This biome combines all of the elements from the other biomes we've shown you today, from water interaction, denser spawning, unique ground coverage, and I think it creates something really unique.
What's that in the distance? It's a structure.
Anyway, that's our update on the Planet Tech portion
That
of
looks
Genesis
fantastic.
and how we're
It
using
really
it
does.
right now to sculpt the identity of Nyx 1. And I hope you're as excited as we are to explore this and everything we haven't shared yet next year.
And I will say, if Genesis is running smoothly,
As you can see, Genesis is now inspiring
Castra
everyone
next
here
year.
to create planets of the quality and believability we've always
what's
strived
that
for.
scar?
A meeting of technology and art that I truly believe will set our worlds apart from anything we've done before. And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally. Up until now, our mission system has been specific to the star system you're in, meaning a Stanton mission has to take place in the Stanton system, and a Pyro mission has to take place there. We've never been able to link these together, but with the introduction of our third star system, it's time for this to change. And that begins with the introduction of interstellar cargo.
What are you talking about
Okay.
today?
System-to-system hauling
Oh,
missions.
cargo
Hauling
haulers
is back.
will be happy.
said Holly was gone. You guys even play the game?
These are exactly what they say on the tin. Missions where you're going to start in, say, Stanton and end in Nyx, taking various volumes of cargo between the stations.
Good.
So there'll be high volumes of cargo that kind of fulfill the purpose for the Hull C and the other series of Hull ships. And there'll be a few sort of more direct routes.
So you might pick up some cargo from Ruin Station in Pyro and go through the jump point to Stanton and drop it off there at one of the
Excellent.
Helios.
So if you've never sort of experienced the jump point or going through it, these missions will require you to.
This is what cargo
They're no way
haulers want.
limited. You can do them in any sort of ship you want, any size of ship. I'll be doing them in my Drake cutter myself, between Stanton and Nyx.
Just a Drake cutter.
I've got a few ships, but the Drake cutter is really cute, so.
I mean, he's not wrong, but it's not good
One
for
thing that
cargo.
we're looking to add with these interstellar missions is scripted combat encounters where you can be attacked by NPC ships.
Okay.
Maybe the mission giver has tipped off some pirates who are looking to get a hold of that cargo.
Excellent.
As well as express missions, which means the deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling missions might get really tight and you've got to learn to be very fast.
Sweet.
All of the love and care that has gone into hauling missions so far with the logistical network and making sure they make sense within the themes of the systems, just as much love has gone into the interstellar missions we're making now.
Brilliant. Finally, cross-system.
At the start of the show,
Or
we said we
interstellar.
were going to build out the Nyx system right in front of you after 4.4 launches next month, and why we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors so you can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own. We still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rockcracker.
Oh. It's interesting.
Okay, so Rock Cracker, Jared, is our internal name.
Rock cracker is where you have to crack a rock. It's a big rock. You want more?
So way out into the Kiga Belt, you'll find these old QV breaker stations.
You get really good resources from it when you crack it.
These were originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids and mining them down. But since they've been mothballed and been left abandoned. So
People
you're
are
going
gonna
to
fight
find
over
your way
these.
inside and thinking about how do we bring this facility back to life. It's not just about flipping a switch. As you bring these stations back to life, you'll be lighting the beacon and calling attention to these long forgotten places.
One of the main features is the laser head, which will require certain things to get working. It's up to you and your friends to find how to get in.
There'll be a variety of options. Whether you're discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long forgotten tunnels.
Okay.
Or you're going through the main laser entrance. Now, as you're traversing through the facility, you'll find the old engine room. Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility. Maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
The secondary gameplay loop is FPS combat.
Of course it is.
You're not there by yourself.
There may be squatters and outlaws in these stations trying to stop you from what you want to do.
It's going to be another big activity for orgs. Controlling one of these. Getting all the resources.
So you've found these old facilities, you've brought them back to life. You've systematically brought power to various functions of the facility. You've activated the laser. You've fired the laser. You've broken apart the rock. And then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
Okay.
So you fly a ship into an asteroid?
Yeah. You just get into your ship and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
So cool. Like, surely the Arastra's being released for this. Surely.
I'm really excited about Rock Cracker because it's a sandbox activity. You can kind of go to these whenever you want to.
This content is for players who enjoy mining, who enjoy exploration, investigation, and don't mind a little bit of FPS content while they're there.
It will be very new experience compared to any other asteroids, because this one, kind of like Alan and mine, will crack open and show its secret.
And one presumes you can make a decent amount of scratch in an asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
It wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin.
Sales of Hull Seas
Making
skyrocket.
promises for the econ team.
Yeah. They've got to balance it.
Oh god, yeah. But that's the whole point.
It's for people who want a lot of minerals. When crafting comes in, when all the other mechanics and features that we want in the game for 1.0 come in, it will be a place where like an organization or a group of like 5-6 people could come and just get a monumental amount of minerals.
I thought he was going to say a fuck ton then. I like that.
So that's
cool.
a look at some of what's coming over the next 12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be new mission packs tailored to the People's Alliance and their struggles. There'll be events that invest you into the evolving storyline of all 3 systems we'll have in the game. And of course, When we begin populating these with new planets, there'll be a whole host of ground-based POIs, settlements, and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse. And all of this in service of building star systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless ganking of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system. Should I say ganking?
You already did.
Excellent. That's really cool.
Good job, everyone. So yeah, a whole lot to take in there. Interstellar hauling is the beginning of a massive expansion to the mission system that'll let us connect these 3 star systems like never before. What else we got? Rockcracker. Rockcracker is just one of the next operations that'll be coming to the Nyx system in the first half of next year, where you're going to fly into an asteroid and do that thing that miners love more than anything else. Complain about PvPers getting in the way.
So true.
Now I'm being told it's mining. It's mining. And of course, one of the most anticipated features coming to Star Citizen, Genesis, and what that means for the planets of Star Citizen, including the ones already in there. So let's talk to Will Hain and find out more. And I'm just remembering that Will Hain is in France at the watch party. Okay, France. Ask Slarty Bartfast over there how they're going to use Genesis to update the planets and moons of Stanton and get back to me, all right? And see if we can get some fjords. What else we got?
Like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy
digital
reference.
Goodies pack. That's a hard thing to say. That went up for sale a couple weeks ago and has a whole bunch of mysterious items in it, and that's where I can tell you now that almost all of them are tied to the Nyx system in one way or another. So let's find out what's actually in there.
Okay,
There's
cool.
a gunship flight suit and helmet, 2 armor sets from that mysterious faction causing a ruckus with the Vandal, and an Intersect BDU sweater and outfit, a couple of crazy weapons that I'm certain we're going to learn about in just a few minutes, some slick Levski swag, and finally, to celebrate the long-awaited addition of the Vandal to Star Citizen,
Like the mining
cool Vandal
borer
knife
at the
and
back.
adorable plushie, which I swear to love and squeeze and cherish forever. So yeah, it's a pretty solid haul for this year's Digital Goodies Pack, which you can still pick up right now on the RSI store. So now, let's go ahead and transition into our next segment. Much of what you see in the show today has been the culmination of a lot of people's work in... What's up? All right, I had a dream about like this once. Yeah. Okay, so against everyone's better judgment, the thing has finally happened. Can I help you?
How do you think the show's going?
Good. We're getting the Nyx star system and the Vandal are coming.
Kind of been a lot of Nyx, right?
Well, yeah, but it's a major milestone and it deserves a major showcase celebrating everybody's hard work. And
you got more, right?
Well, yeah, there's spaceships coming up.
Cool.
Wow, it's like they only scanned the original community portion of me. If pictures steal your soul, imagine what face scanning and PCAP does.
Well, this has been super cringe. So I'm gonna head out.
Bye.
Oh, regular Citizen Con is still better. You should have done that.
Of course. Thank you. Part of me that isn't a soulless marketing puppet. All right. No. Let's just go to some spaceships, shall we?
Yay. What are we going to be able to buy today?
My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at CIG, and
John!
welcome to Talking Ship, where
He's
we're going to talk
a
about
lot
3 new
shorter than he
ships
looks
coming
on
to the
screen.
Persistent universe.
But he was actually helping out with the selling of the merch. He was behind the desk, taking people's money.
The last year has been pretty hectic in terms of vehicle deliveries. I think we've delivered the most we've ever done in a 12-month period, and we've covered all the way from tiny little snubs all the way up to capital ships.
We've kind of filled out a few little gaps. We've introduced some new ships by some old manufacturers.
We had the Polaris come out, and obviously people have enjoyed playing with that. We snuck the Idris in, without none of you is expecting it for a while, and it's been a busy year. It's nice to start revisit some of the older catalogue and some of the bigger ships again.
I think my favourite ship from the last year is a tie between the Wolf and the Golem.
Favourite ship in the last year? Probably the Wolf.
I feel like it's the obvious one. I'm trying to think of something else, but I really like the Wolf.
Everyone's mentioning the Wolf. The Wolf's
That's
everyone's
alright.
favourite.
The Wolf's obviously a
good-looking
return of
ship,
Kruger, a completely new aesthetic to the game.
The Wolf was, it was kind of everything we set it out to be, and it revived an old manufacturer. We've not seen anything from a while, so yeah, I'm going to say the Wolf.
The Golem, I think, is just an incredibly well-formed ship in such a small package. It really just shows off that Drake aesthetic, giving you the absolute bare minimum needed to perform a role.
I honestly do really like the Zeus.
I
think it
love
came
the
out really
Zeus.
well. It's kind of hard to pin down a favourite, to be honest, because we've
I
really,
love my
a lot of
Zeus.
really cool ships.
Next year, we've got some super exciting ships coming up. We're ticking off a few big ones, which is good. We're going to see, again, maybe some ships from some manufacturers that don't have that many in their lineup.
Oh, okay.
There's a few big challenging ones starting, so they're good. A breadth of ships, should we say.
The 3 new ships we're going to introduce today all tie in some way to the primary factions fighting over the Nyx system. We'll start with the People's Alliance and Anvil Aerospace.
The Paladin.
Anvil is a very military-based brand. It's been a brand that's in Star Citizen for a long time, fighting for lots of military contracts and lore, often up against Aegis, and to the point it actually beat Aegis in the past. You will be familiar with a lot of their ships' designs, such as the Hornet and Lightning. Earlier this year, we introduced the Anvil Asgard, based on the Valkyrie chassis, which is an extremely popular offering. And this year, we're bringing the concept ship we introduced last year, the Anvil Paladin, to life.
Hey.
The Paladin is a gunship from Anvil Aerospace designed to support ground operations.
A gunship is a ship that's designed to stay in a sustained firefight while dealing a lot of damage, also taking damage.
We don't have a lot of gunships in the game that are true dedicated gunships. They are quite a tricky archetype to control in game without being too powerful. It's designed with a lot of firepower and high armor and health, but very low maneuverability.
It's multi-crew, it's just built purely for battle. It's got lots of armor, lots of guns, big guns.
It's got a very similar squat kind of form to the Valkyrie. It kind of reminds me of, I guess, like a pit bull. Obviously a very menacing silhouette.
Big
It
shoulders.
looks quite forward-weighted in its stance.
Yeah.
It feels like it's coming towards you, even when it's just sat still. And I think that's something that helps with it feeling intimidating.
If we swing round, following the ship round clockwise, what you'll then see is the first of the side turrets. If you notice the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the whole exterior. That's because it has deployable armor, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover while you're actually attacking the target head on.
It's got these really nice kind of dual connected wings.
That's a
with the
nice
turrets
touch.
out on the sides, just to try and give as much kind of range for those turrets as we can get.
Which is controlled by one of the 2 remote stations underneath the bridge. If we come around to the rear, you'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main turret of the ship, which is controlled by the co-pilot.
So you've got full 360 coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it, and then the side turrets also have 360 coverage that way around and 180 out sideways. So really you have, between the turrets, pretty much 360 coverage in all directions.
Except top or bottom, you can't do them both
One
at
of
the
the
same time.
unique things about the Paladin is all the turrets are remote and all the crew are located in this one central 2-story room.
A lot of our other gunships, the crew gets scattered across the ship, but with the Paladin, you're all sat together with a nice, cool experience, so you can really feel like you're playing as a group.
You've got the pilot, co-pilot up top, and you've got the gunners underneath, and I think that helps with the intention of what the ship does, because you've got this really nice kind of like gunner viewpoint down, kind of giving this lower coverage.
We added a glass floor just to keep the 2 connected.
Oh, wow.
I think that really helps with the feeling that you're all working together and communicating.
That said, if you don't have the ability to fully crew a Paladin, you can still fly it and engage in combat solo.
Obviously not as good as if you have a full crew, but you can't always guarantee your friends are going to be online.
As a solo ship, it's pretty capable of doing a variety of missions within Star Citizen. So if you want to run this ship solo, you can take on combat missions that, say, other heavy fighters like the Scorpius or other ships such as the Drake Cutlass could do. Coming aboard the Paladin, you enter into this sort of armory, ready room area. You have a variety of suit lockers and weapon racks in this room.
Everything's very militaristic, stripped back, simple. It's a very functional space, but you'll find everything you need in there.
One of the improvements from the original concept is we've added a small dedicated cargo bay area, allowing you to store actual SCU crates. Forward of that is the route to the lower gunners, and then upstairs you have the bridge area, and then off that central area you have the dual living quarters, one on the left, one on the right, and then at the rear you have the main sort of engineering area where the majority of the components are. Also within the upper traversal area, you also have a little breakout area with seating, food machine, toilets, etc.
I think it's a very cool looking ship. I think we did a really nice job of taking what was there in the concept and adding an extra level of detail and trying to kind of push things forward.
I think it hits the nail in terms of a really solid military ship. It's really complementary to some of the other ships in the Anvil lineup, so something like the Valkyrie, where you've got this big drop ship. You know, the Paladin's there just to make sure it's safe, make sure no one messes with you, and just basically scare people away.
The thing I like most, I think, about the Paladin is that it's very clearly got a crew of 4, and they all kind of work and operate under the same conditions. You know, the pilot, co-pilot, and the 2 gunners, they're basically all equal on the ship. There's one toilet, everyone's got the same style of bunk. When they're at work, everyone's at the front of the ship together.
It's really odd to me that you called out, you like that there's one toilet for 4 people.
Well, you know, it's you all work together. You're all equal.
That flush
at work.
works all the time.
Toilet seat never gets cold.
Toilet seat never gets cold. Yeah.
So that's the Anvil Paladin. Whilst originally a military
Interesting,
built
not
craft,
one
it's the
I'm
perfect
interested
ship
in,
for folks
but
on the frontier trying to defend against threats.
it's a cool looking
And
ship.
talking of threats, let's move to our next ship, a replica from Hesperia.
The Stinger.
Hesperia are a high-end manufacturer. They specialise in recreating exotic and particularly alien spacecraft.
Effectively what they're doing is they're remanufacturing them, making them a little bit more suitable for kind of human flight. And the latest offering from Hesperia is the Vandal Stinger.
There it is.
The Vandal are big, scary space aliens. They're like 7 foot tall, evil war race that sort of take over, steal technology, absorb it, fuse it all together into their own needs.
They are the relatively nasty aliens that you sometimes hear about and haven't seen much of yet. They also make really cool spaceships.
The Stinger as a Vandal heavy fighter was reserved for their higher tier sort of ace pilots or high-ranking members within their clans.
The Stinger is a competitor to something like the FA or I guess the Scorpius.
It packs a lot of firepower in quite a large frame, so it's a very, very tanky spacecraft. The firepower is almost unrivaled in terms of just both the number and the size of them. So it's there for players who don't want agility. They don't want to be in and out quickly. They want to be there brawling with big guns and taking all the hits. One thing Hesperia have done differently with the Stinger is they have done away with the majority of the bespoke weapons.
They heard everyone's complaints about the glaive and blade and have stripped off the original Vandal weapons to allow customization for standard human weapons.
With the exception of the single size 5 gun.
Because it was too well integrated into the hull, even for Hesperia to remove.
All the additional weapons are generic mounts, so they can be swapped with any of the existing lineup that we have in the game. By doing this, it provides greater flexibility to the end user, and this is something Hesperia wanted for the civilian market. For that one bespoke weapon, the size 5 plasma cannon, functionally it is the same as the existing size 5 plasma cannons on the Scythe and Glaive, but it is a sort of Gen 2 model and wraps it in a different aesthetic compared to those models. You'll see they're very much older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal styling.
That's
but
cool.
Underneath it is the same weapon that people have used for years.
Our job as the vehicle art team on the PU was to take the Stinger from the squadron team and prepare it for life in the PU. We took an opportunity to take, you know, this really well-established art style and, you know, add extra details where needed.
So the exterior is a real blend of these kind of hard surface, kind of rare alloyed kind of wings, and then underneath this real kind of organic structure that kind of webs all of the ship together. You know, it connects the thrusters in, it connects all the kind of underside of the vehicle and pulls the whole ship together.
You can tell it's very different from the Vandal ships that are currently in the PU. If you take, for example, the way the cockpits are constructed.
Up at the front, we've got this big kind of bubble dome that gives the cockpit quite a unique shape compared to some of our other ships, and also gives the pilot a unique position within the ship and kind of gives great visibility out the front.
Boarding the Stinger is a little unusual compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear, and it leads you kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's, you know, lots of organic detail, rib cages, kind of strange alien forms.
On entry of the cockpit, the seat kind of comes down towards you,
One of
and
those
you kind
ones
of climb
again.
over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It feels very much like you're being like carried inside the cockpit.
Into the traditional prone flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
It's one of their best
Very happy
looking
with this thing. I
alien
think the
ships
team's
so
done a really
far.
good job of making something that feels different, it feels alien, but it suits our lineup of ships and it suits our universe.
I think the guys did a really good job of respecting the, the direction and vision from the original Stinger and Vandal ships in Squadron.
We've tried to take a lot of inspiration from movies and other science fiction material, but I think it sits well within the Star Citizen universe.
So we have the Paladin for the People's Alliance. We have the Stinger for people that really like Vandal and want to try and pretend to be them. But what about the other mysterious faction we have running around?
So Gray Chowdhury got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't, items that necessarily
Is this the shiv that
couldn't find
people
on a
keep
storage
talking
shelf,
about?
but you wanted anyway.
I think Gray is interested in, happy customers. Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
What is this?
So the Shiv, well, we don't really know what it is, to be fair.
It's what happens when someone who is a genius at aeronautics and ship assembly is given free rein to do whatever they want. It's the best of whatever they can find lying
So
around.
it is the
put
cut and
together to
shove.
make something truly unique, wonderful, arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
At first glance at the exterior of the Shiv, I think most people
Yeah.
will probably recognise
The
there
cutlass.
is more than a fair proportion of a cutlass visible there, but it's had quite a few changes to it.
As you look a little bit closer, you'll start to pick out elements from other ships. You've got, main thrusters that are from the Valkyrie.
Even the bits that are obviously a cutlass have had panels welded on, panels removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside where, again, it sort of feels cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters. It's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters. It's upped its firepower.
As ever, with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
There's like loose cables, panels are exposed. If you look carefully, you'll notice there are like tools laying around in the cockpit.
It's gained a toilet. Bucket.
Yeah, it's one for doing stuff and then you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It has very much taken that ethos of Drake and moved it down a level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just look at this thing. How do you even begin to describe the madness that created this?
Interesting idea that they've done that.
This is something new and different for Star Citizen. Where did it come from?
I'm not going to answer that.
Oh, okay.
Just nothing. Just
No comment.
Gray goes to places and talks to people. I mean, there are just many ways to find these things.
Is
that,
Gray going to be another Wicklow?
Are they legitimate, manufacturers? No. Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but, money's money.
Does Gray have a motto, an ethos to live by?
It probably comes down to, don't ask where I got it.
Don't ask how we got it.
Don't worry about it. Just ask if you want it.
I think the Shiv is for someone that is looking for something a bit different, a bit away from the norm. They just want something that's unique.
It's definitely for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship, but it's also really strong, to be honest, and it's absolutely a statement.
Interesting. Okay.
I'm happy with the 3 ship offerings. They are obviously very combat heavy.
There's something we wouldn't normally release all at once, but honestly, all of them are a different statement and they're all cool.
As always, super excited to release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them. It's always fun to see the quirks and the shenanigans that people get up to with them. So that's Talking Ship for another year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you gotta do the thing with Lexi. Talking weapons.
Uh-oh.
So I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year. So we have to throw it over to Alexi for Talking Weapons, which is an extremely original name.
So they're not doing the silhouettes this year. Okay.
I'm talking about the new edition that come out in October. The non-weapons are essentially the weapons that does not have a manufacturer, the weapons that you can think of that were made by space pirates.
Gray sells whatever he can sell.
Sometimes he gets his hands on some weapons that come from unknown origins.
He will sell things that no company in their right mind would ever make.
These are the most kind of like scrappy and taped together and the most kind of like pyro-ish weapons that you can think of.
Right now we're releasing 3 new weapons. Rocket launcher, the LMG, and the long-awaited space AK.
Is that what our 3 weapons are in the pack?
Not only is the most in demand, but I've been politely badgered about the most. It's a fun rifle that basically fires energy and ballistic in sequence. So your first shot will be your ballistic, your second shot will be the energy. You'll see on the top of the arc, there is a bolt that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy shot. And that is just like a really fun way of making a weapon work in kind of like a scrappy, glued together kind of aesthetic.
When are we getting a flamethrower?
The LMG, this thing is a really fun, slow-firing, hard-hitting beast.
It will bring the 50 cal, and the only other weapons that have this right now in the verse are the Bearing Sniper Rifle and the Coda.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you just instant tier 1 injury, back to medical.
Well, that's going to be the new meta.
You know what? We made all these really complicated, fancy guns, and some people just want, I want a slow-firing rifle. Give me a scrap-together box that fires the biggest thing you can possibly find.
We don't have a rocket launcher of this caliber. It will be 3 grenades straight together that you pull into the tube and fire towards your enemies. The cool part about it will have an arming distance, so you will not be able to just point it towards an enemy.
It's also going to have a lot of spread. So essentially, you're going to have to get very close with your launcher to be able to blow up ships with a single payload in it. You can't actually aim with the apparatus, because you've got the tube on your shoulder, and you try to aim it, you'd have to physically put the tube in your head. So we were like, oh, we can't have an aim apparatus for this. And then we realized, like, it's in the spirit of being a tube that you can't use the aiming apparatus, and you just kind of like, all right, I think that's the middle of the screen, I'm going to hit it.
It's in the spirit of being a tube.
Oh, the binoculars. I've heard about
talk
these.
About binoculars. Binoculars are really cool. We don't have anything like this in the verse, and I think it will be really convenient to use something that's dedicated to look for the things, especially far away, instead of using your sniper scope, for example.
Do binoculars have glint?
I'm not aware of this one. Probably not, because binoculars are not something that you need to be aware of.
It's really funny because obviously, due to glint gate, as I beautifully internally call it, basically there was a lot of community feedback basically saying like, oh, I really like spotting people. I really like playing a spotter. And essentially I was like, oh, this community wants to be able to spot people from distances. And what can we make gadget-wise that doesn't require new features? And it was like, binoculars.
and I prototyped a thing which essentially was just a scope in a hand, and it worked. So we've got some really cool binoculars coming that allow you to spot people from distances.
And how much damage do the binoculars do?
Depends on how you throw them.
What I want to know is what
Thanks, Alexi
clip
and
do
Zach.
they take
That's
up on your
the
armor?
end of this segment for this year, so that's talking ship
The
and
binoculars,
weapons, unless
definitely for me.
anyone else is going to come and tell me something else. It's been an exciting year, and I think the next year of ships is going to be even more
35
exciting
minutes to
and,
go.
expansive than this year.
So yeah, no ship silhouettes this year. Okay.
Well. That is an eclectic bunch of combat ships for the verse, and they're all available right now up on the robertsspaceindustries.com store. Also, any minute now, there's going to be a PTU drop that includes all three, so you can fly them
Sweet.
now ahead of their release next week.
Wow,
when Alpha
okay.
432 goes live.
Okay.
3 combat ships. I wonder if
I'll
they'll
get all
have
3 of
any
those for a
additional
week
uses
for
coming
free.
up later in the show. That's a hint.
Oh.
All right, what else can I shill? Oh, there's merch.
More merch,
We've got
new
these
merch.
cool new Levski desk mat
Ooh,
things.
because my one's getting
These
a bit
are always
tired.
popular. There's some
my Orison
Levski
one,
metal posters
Crusader
on
one.
the store, and of course, love them or hate them, but you can't avoid them. There's this cool new Wickelow's Emporium T-shirt. Yeah. There's also a page published earlier today with a bunch of links to offerings from our third-party partners, from eye trackers to gaming chairs to voice packs to spaceship models from new partners like Planet Ring and Pigeon Spaceport and more.
Oh,
You'll find
Pigeon.
all of that
Brilliant.
on the RSI website as well. And what else can I shill? Oh, for those of you who are at watch parties, where is it? Challenge coins. Who doesn't love challenge coins? There's these lovely Levski-themed challenge coins if you're attending one of the 9 official watch parties around the world. There's also a digital one of these in the goodies pack, so you check those out. Don't leave today without getting your Levski challenge coin.
I have to get
All right.
those metal
What else
posters.
can I
They're
shill?
nice.
Now I'm kind of tired of shilling. All right, let's find out some more about where we are. Simon, can we move? Can we do? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Okay, here we go. Pardon me. Excuse me.
Let's see if I recognise any
How
of
you
the
doing?
devs.
Hey, that was my best angle. Hey, I got to be careful. Last year I took 3 steps and
Yeah.
tore a muscle. All right,
He
so
ran.
this
Bad
is
move.
the 9th floor of CIG Manchester's Manchester office.
That's so nice.
Yoo-hoo!
I want to work there.
This is the room where we have lunch every day, and if you get here early enough, croissants, if the weapons team hasn't stolen all of them. Over here, we got some cool mannequins representing different aspects of the game. You got the ever-present, Hurston security armor over here. That's really cool. You got your
looks so
Duster's armor
good.
right here. You got this guy from a game that we're not talking about today. Marine armor, yeah, it's all pretty cool. And then when you come over here, got a nice little recreation area. There's some sim pits over there for people who need to test that kind of stuff.
Oh, wow.
We got this cool Krigeri Bengal carrier. Come over here, shoot it. Go down the nose here. Watch this. Very cool. I'm gonna go over here.
Don't break it. Oh,
Can you see me?
Look at that carrier.
Hi,
oh
Mom.
my God.
All right.
That
So,
hangar
yeah,
bay.
and what are you doing, Richard Towler? All right. I thought John went to Washington, D.C. Let's see, what else we got? We got cool Voyager bar here. This is where we get all kinds of breakfast goodies, coffee, stuff like that. Hey, who remembers the big coffee controversy of 2016 where everybody took to Reddit and pondered the question, do devs deserve coffee? I do. You want to see what next year's big controversy is? Check this out. I'm gonna come over here. Do devs deserve coffee? Welcome to the Stargarita machine. Yeah. Do devs deserve frozen deliciousness? I don't know. Go to Reddit and let us know. All right, let's see. Let's go over here. Competition. Oh, competition winners.
He's
We have the list of
getting
competition winners. Can we put that on the screen? Yeah, sorry, competition winners. Remember the competition for the CitizenCon winners? The people made the videos, and we gave them a Kruger L21 Wolf. We actually have the names. They're behind me. Look. All right, that's cool. Also, everybody's got food. Do I have food here? Oh, somebody's supposed to save me pizza. All right, so we got, oh, you guys saved me a lot of pizza. Let's see, there's like 3 different kinds of pizza here. What if we just combine them into like a challenger situation?
Such an American thing to do. Oh my God. Come on, Jared, we've only got a 2-hour show.
If you're not familiar with. So I have now crafted my own pizza
Crafting!
experience. And that is a terrible segue into our next segment.
Crafting!
Gemma, can we, Gemma, are you there?
Yes, Jared.
Can we fire up the FPS crafting segment while I try to chew this off camera?
FPS crafting we're starting with.
Roll, BT.
Okay, so we're starting with FPS crafting. Got it. Okay. Makes sense, I guess.
Star Citizen, at its heart, will always be an enormous sandbox experience, where you can set out to tackle the universe in whatever ways you want. But that doesn't mean we can't shape parts of the universe here and there to better suit our needs.
So that
goes
means
for
we're
both
getting some
you
blueprints.
and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting is going to change everything from resource gathering, refining, and even combat when it comes online in the next few months.
Next few months?
First version of crafting is going to be quite small in scale. We're going to use it as a kind of a concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the initial UI, the flow of gathering materials of different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
You look
The
tired.
first version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor. For Star Citizen, crafting is our primary progression mechanic. Star Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships, we have gear, we have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve, and those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen. Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items, it's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft, and the different attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore, it's iron ore of the quality that you know will get you the stats for the item that you desire. And it's not just mining, it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you're collecting, you can see what you have, you can order it
that
better.
looks so much
you can
better.
Understand what you have in your inventory.
We won't have the new refining crafting system yet. We'll be using the existing ones. Those will pass the quality through into the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal items.
Okay.
Once you have your blueprint and your quality materials that you've refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator. This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's CitizenCon, with the UI letting you assign your quality
Obviously,
resources to
not that
different
UI.
aspects of the item.
That's the
Once you're
internal
happy with
thing.
what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft, and it'll get queued up, and your results
so
will be produced
excited.
sometime later. You'll be able to get the new crafting machine from shops in most landing zones.
Cool.
You'll be able to bring it up on your freight elevator and use it in your personal hangar, or tractor beam it around and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
Sweet.
There'll be a small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
Some kind of blueprint.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops. You'll be able to increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe a gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects or incoming fire. You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release. We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs to kind of get the metrics in, get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes that, you know, they only become obvious, so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data and mass amounts of users using it. So I'm very excited to
Once you see everyone have these
it's our intention to get
weapons
crafting out a
too
tech
easily.
preview by the end of the year and get the testing we need so we can release it when it's ready.
I think we might have some tech preview work to do.
So that's one way you'll be crafting your own experiences in the
so
Star
excited.
Citizen universe. But what about
So
us?
happy.
Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen in 2026. Why are we doing it, and how will it work? So if you've played any content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere. Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP
But it can't all be PvP.
PvP me, bro.
Cringe.
But like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size. There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience.
As a solo player, instancing
So before anybody
is
says
going to
this
be
is
so
only a
important.
PvE thing, this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other. It's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content. So that said, how will it work? Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangers, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join an open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangers currently. Let's go and find out what one of our first instances will be.
Oh, it's on Orison!
Siege of Orison was an event we did previously, which
loved
created a
Siege.
gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands of Orison. This was a high-paced, high-intensity event, but it struggled a little bit from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for you in a small group.
I was only thinking
to
about
work
this
through that
earlier.
activity.
It is an event that I had the honor of pretty much solely designing and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF
puts the call out for volunteers because basically the Nine Tails have taken over sort of a cluster of floating platforms in Orison.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control. So in our current thinking, Siege of Orison is designed for about a 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you might be the tank who brings in the heavy weapons and sort of pulls the fire. Some
So
of
they
you
are
might
going
sit at
down
the
that
back
route.
and be the sniper and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance easier. Some of you will be the medic who sole job is going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of
Interesting
them.
armor.
And some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people, but when we released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for
I
what
loved
was
it,
designed
but
for.
yeah, it had problems.
It was a massive operation at the time. I think that bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic
happy, 'cause
addition
I
back
love this
into the
event.
PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event that you could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at Siege, how we can
It's
make
going
it
to need a
more
social
approachable
tool.
piece of content.
I'm excited, to say the least, to bring back Siege of Orison to Star Citizen and to sort of have it be
excited.
one of the first tests that we have for instancing and really get it back to sort of a core experience point where it should be. So while the next season is quite heavily focused on Nyx, I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other 2 systems of Stanton and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the player's life in those 2 systems as well.
Brilliant. That makes me so happy that we're getting Siege of Orison back. Completely unexpected.
Yes. And while things like Genesis, interstellar hauling, crafting, Siege of Orison, and more will reveal next year, will continue to bring life into the existing universe outside of Nyx. There's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026, and what it means for progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our Building Interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works.
Hey, so they've moved it from Area 18. Okay. Makes
So
sense.
inside the facility,
Oh,
you'll find
wow.
huge vaporization chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbines, which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see in I-18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and more structural place, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working. Everything's going to quite literally. And so the player is tasked with their group, most likely, to go into there, take out the outlaws, and get the facility working again.
So let me get this straight. This is literally a mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to turn on the air. Air is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but they have maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit more exciting than just going into some vents. It's like a 3-layered system where there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining to salvage to combat to investigation, a variety of roles. Narratively, it's a real sandbox. Every progression you do will unlock a new area that will link back to previous areas, complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
It's going to allow players to return back to it at different states depending on how much you've progressed and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
That's going to be heavenly. It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them faster and faster times as well.
Excellent.
So that's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay, is that it for me at this point, Jared?
Almost. Throw it back to me, and I've got one more for you after this.
Back to you, Jared.
Something big. There's something really exciting to finish off with.
Everybody's really excited about the year ahead. So that's a brief look at some of the ways in which we're allowing you and our developers to craft a more curated Star Citizen experience. Now, at this point in the show, we are in the home stretch. We've got only one more segment to go. But before we do that, we wanted to check out, we said earlier in the show that we would look at what you were saying during the show. We looked at how to put YouTube comments on the stream, and it was immediately apparent that we were going to lose our broadcast license, so we're not going to do that. We did find some social media stuff on Twitch, though, or not Twitter, X. What is it called now? Let's see what this says. Let's see. We've got Welcome Back Levski from, I'm not wearing my glasses. Oh, no. Oh, time to suit up. Let's go get them, says Ubu. I really should have worn my glasses. Cue the bagpipes. That's the other game, Charlie Oscar. Let's see. Nice to see you live, Jared. Mom? Let's see. First Citizen Con after playing for almost a decade in Austin. Oh, nice. Straight out of Klesher, back to the Hex. Photos from Leicestershire. How do you say it? Is that Leicestershire? Leicester? Leicester? I've only been in the UK for 3.5 years. San Jose Bar Citizen Watch Party. Oh, somebody created a lovely Vandal mask there. Sean Tracy, can we get that in game? Just that, exactly. Just scan that, put that in game.
That would actually be hilarious.
All right, so that's a few reactions we're seeing on social media right now. Before we get to our big finale, or the thing we're going to wrap up the show with today, I did want to talk a little bit about Big Citizen Con versus Digital Citizen Con versus what we're doing today, which is Citizen Con Direct. Every year, Citizen Con is a monumental task for any number of people, whether that's development, marketing, the support teams, the platform teams. Everybody comes together to make this thing happen and go off, hopefully without a hitch. And so far, we've been doing all right, other than some stuff in the room here. You know who you are. I had to know. But doing Citizen Con is not always the easiest thing for our developers. You might not assume this, but most game developers are not social butterflies. They tend to like to sit quietly in the dark at their computers, like little goblins, and just make digital virtual worlds like this. And then I come in all happy and like, hey, you want to be on video? And they're like, no. And I'm like, it's in your contract. And they're like, oh yeah. So we thought, we usually do it behind the scenes afterwards, but we thought we'd do a little bit of it here. The folks in the editorial department put together a brief montage of some of the more candid moments from the filming of Citizen Con over the last couple weeks. So we're going to spend 2 minutes and take a look at that. Let's see what they put together.
How many Citizen Cons have you performed in now?
Performed? Just the one. Nope, my first one.
One last year.
2.
A few.
8 or 9?
Maybe 9 or 10?
Never.
Man, I don't know, man.
Did you like doing it?
Yes, I was completely terrified.
It was good, a bit stressful.
The first live one, I was a mess.
Weird combination of going from insane highs to insane lows.
Live ones.
Because?
It's over.
The live ones are pretty special.
Pre-tap's always fun, but the live events are special, aren't they?
Remember we were at that weird crack house in Ancos?
Right.
I like the live ones. Oh, I mean, I love these digital ones. These are the best.
Every time I've done it, it has been a digital one, and I'd like to do.
Yeah, I
one
want to see you at a live one,
Is there a
Elliot.
restraining order against you, or?
Didn't know if I was going to be sick, if I was going to lose my stomach.
How hard is it to keep your eyes open on stage?
That's not a problem with the lights. They're kind of, I'm realizing through this sentence that I'm closing my eyes as I speak. Do I do that a lot?
Yes,
I am a very shy individual, so this is
So
me
does she.
just trying to get out of my shell.
Getting the crowd to react to the ideas that we've been working on for so long.
We can react.
He was funny last year, slightly awkward.
Everybody.
Yay!
I can feel your passion.
He
from
was
it.
good as well. So confident.
Cut the camera. Counting you down in like, you've got 30 seconds. I'm like, do I stand up? Do I sit down? Do I drink? Do I not? Do I talk?
This will be the best one yet. That's right. Because it's nice and short.
Is this all supposed to be usable content? Because I can do different.
Of all your nicknames, why is Moist Master your favorite?
I think you mean least favorite, and because it has the word moist in it. I mean, come on.
We'll give you a new nickname by the end of this.
Sounds good. Could do
All
with
right,
one.
Let's get started.
So for those of you watching at home or at the watch parties, you're like, why are we showing that? I put that in there because I'm eternally grateful for all of the CIG staff and developers who take the time to appear on these things, whether it's ISC, SCL, CitizenCon, walk on stage, be pre-recorded. It's not the easiest thing for everybody. And on behalf of the community, if I can speak for them in this regard, I want to say thank you for participating in these things each and every year that we have them. Now, let's wrap things up here. So, let's see, how do I want to do this? At this point, we've only got one major story left to tell. But before we do that, we wanted to do one more check-in on something we started last year. Last year, Rich Tyler took the stage and presented his roadmap to 1.0. And we didn't want to go an entire year without talking to the senior game director himself to get his update on that 1 year later. So we're going to throw it to him, and we're going to go to our last segment, and when we come back, we'll say our goodbyes. And if you're at a watch party, it's time to get... I was going to say... that's not a word I can say on camera. Let's just go. Let's just throw it back to me. Go to me from 1 week ago.
Okay. Didn't expect this.
Last year, Senior Game Director Rich Tyler took to the stage and revealed our plan for 1.0. Now, before we end this year's CitizenCon Direct, we wanted to take a few moments and follow up on that reveal from last year, to do as we've done today and look at the year ahead. So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Well, fortunately, nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these not just sit as their own moment in time, but move us forward on this road to 1.0?
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations, mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all of the content that was going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bones, should we say. And I think that's where this year has moved us towards that goal. If you think about previous events of previous years, they've generally been locations that we've put into the verse, but they've been transient. we've taken them away, like Siege of Orison or Zenithreat. We've added them to game and then they've been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the world that not only have their own story, as when we release them with the patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas that the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Since we're on story, I'm gonna stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring their own story to the verse, and that'll never change. But how important is it that we also build this concurrent narrative of our own, this crafted experience, if you will, alongside that?
Well, we're trying to create a living, breathing universe. And that includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together. But it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real life locations. And if you look throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards, we've had an overarching story that's moved from patch to patch, and we're going through some of those cycles right now. We've also been introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue and facial animation, which allows us to inject some of the meaning and the why to what you are doing as a player. And I think story is integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey throughout the game.
To see this big turn this year to start injecting story into the verse, I think people are really responding to it. So everybody knows, and you mentioned just now, that this year we changed a whole lot about how we operate and how we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well. I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year at the beginning of January was patch always goes. And I think this year has seen a different development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it all the time, playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not have been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example is this year for A Line of Mine. People probably don't know, but A Line of Mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal the sandworm Valakar.
Was it really?
And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game. So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin, and we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits, and like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning in FPS, the new quantum, to inventory, engineering and crafting, and all of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players to get their hands on. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features. But I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
He's done a good job.
So that's a bit about the year before. And the year before has been, I've said this before, I've said it internally, I've said it out there, I'm going to say it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen ever.
They've done a good job, a very good job.
Look right into the camera and say
Since
that.
Richard took over.
The player numbers are up, engagement numbers are up, the length of the play sessions are up, bug numbers are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year.
Not
But
gone.
CitizenCon isn't CitizenCon without talking about the future. So I want to move us to the future. We've talked about story. We've talked about this more diegetic, immersive universe and adding voice lines and stuff like this. But where do we go from here? Obviously that continues, but what more are we going to do to make this universe seem alive and real and breathing?
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be two-way. So if you think about this year, like you mentioned, we've been having fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions and those NPCs, they're talking to you, they're talking at you.
Right.
You don't get to talk back to them. Now, obviously, you get to interact with them through your actions. You get to go and do their mission, and you get to move that along, and then they talk to you again. But it's a one-way conversation.
We're missing that conversation wheel.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something that we're going to be working towards very soon, with Battaglia being the first one coming back in the verse. And just to be clear, we will be bringing all the mission givers eventually back, and we want them to be an integral part of the verse and the story that players go and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought to life, and as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of. And obviously the full end goal is towards, you know, to have cinematic stories in the game, and that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult to see why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards, and that's what we're going to be moving forward with every patch next year as well.
And remembering when mission givers were first introduced, they sometimes became a bottleneck. Is there a role in instancing, which we learned about earlier today? Is there a role for instancing in that, in helping with mission givers?
Yes, partially. It will be one mechanism that will allow us to have players go to their own individual area of the verse, have that conversation, and then go and continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said that, because that's one of our last topics I want to get to, is how we reconcile instancing with the persistent universe. Like, for the last 10 years now, we've been building this giant, seamless, persistent universe where everybody can come in and play together. And it would be easy to have a first instinct reaction to the idea of instancing and say that's antithetical to everything that Star Citizen is. But you mentioned last year these 3 pillars of building Star Citizen in the PU, and I want to, you said nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those 3 pillars again, and how does instancing fit within the greater design of Star Citizen?
So the 3 pillars I mentioned last year were open world. That's just like the missions you love today. You can go and play, there's other players there, and you can go and enjoy that together. Then we have instancing, which I'll talk about more, but similar to municipal works that we've talked about previously. And then the third pillar was dynamic content, which would be content that's generated by the activities of the players. And I think it's very easy to become myopic around one specific thing when we're talking about it a lot, when it's the next stage of our development. And I think you could reverse it. If we'd have made a game that was all instance, and then I'd come on camera and said, hey guys, we're going to start doing it open world, it would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new North Star that's going to take us this way? And it's not. It's just
Community
one
is
more
very
tool
reactive.
that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and engage in. Now, when I talk about instancing isn't always what you'd imagine as a solo instance experience where it's only just you. We're going to have several different versions of instances. Some are going to be closed instances, which will be like the new player experience. We'll be able for you to go in by yourself, for us to teach you the ropes in a safe environment so that you can understand how to play the complex game that we've made. But we'll also have open instances like a cantina or a bar, where we might say, hey, we only want 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers and we've got other NPCs for you to talk to, and you would just walk in and it would be seamless. You wouldn't know that there was an instance, it's not going to get a loading screen, you would just seamlessly walk into that location, it would be full of other players and NPCs, and you can go and enjoy the content. And that's, I think, something that instancing is going to provide us. It's going to give us a tool to offer different dynamic content, or curated content, as I'd say. It allows us to create experiences that are different to the open world experiences that we've already made. And it's not to say that we won't continue our open world development or only do instance content. It's going to be a mix. And like I said, this is one of the pillars that will move us towards 1.0. We will eventually work on dynamic content that will move us towards 1.0, and all three of those pillars will interweave to create the full Star Citizen experience.
All right, so we've hit a lot of the bigger topics, the feature work, engineering, and FPS crafting coming to tech preview soon, stuff like this. We've talked about instancing and how that's going to work within the universe. But I want to ask you this one last big one. It's very easy to say Star Citizen is this kind of game and that kind of game. Those of us who spend our days making it know better. It's an everything game. It's everything we can make it game. It just is. But at the core of this is still spaceships. That life of spaceships. What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into Star Citizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy in the universe. For example, right now I know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. We're going to be working on refueling missions. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV, as well as ground vehicles, all the way up to the large capital ships. We want to give them purpose, and I think it's something that we are absolutely aware of. We want to make sure that we're building that spectrum of content to allow players to go and engage in, and I think 2026 is going to be a very good year for Star Citizen, and I think there's going to be something that's very interesting and something that a lot of people have been waiting for. But rather than me spoil it, I'll let Ian and the team go into the details on that.
Come on.
Yeah, twinkle
I'm
in his
excited.
eye. Ian, take it away.
I'm very curious now. Space for spaceships.
So the persistent universe has existed for over 10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems, we've added hundreds of locations, we've added lots of mission activities for different purposes: combat, cargo, mining, salvaging. But for combat ships, the only thing you've been able to do is fight other combat ships. In 2026, this changes. We're going to be delivering a spaceship-focused activity space which incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles. These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process, and it's going to come online about mid next year. But we're really excited about the content we're creating, so we want to share with you a super early look at what we're building in a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing in the Nyx system.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station and run into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
When you arrive, you will have this big asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and on this you will have this space where you will find three big arms. You will see in the middle, you will have this big energy core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
So while one part of your group is dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
We're going to be able to attack the station.
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Somehow they've incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
Oh.
Your Polaris and your Idris, if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat, and not everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
Good.
You have to send out your best pilots to navigate the superstructure and take down anything that may damage your bigger ships.
Okay.
So at this point you're thinking, destroy the turrets. But it's not that easy. This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage. Your missiles won't do anything.
You've got to go on board.
Your lasers won't do anything. Your ballistics won't do anything to them.
Don't be able to
But like
sabotage
everything,
it.
They do have a weakness. You have to cut the power to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
Oh, okay.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But
Death Star
it may
trench
not
run.
be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so,
we've
do
got
these
to
guys.
use ballistics. Oh.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here. That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
Once the power relays have been taken down, the station opens up.
And this is where things get really cool.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Yeah. You, in your ship, fly
Return of the
into
Jedi, here we
superstructure
go.
of the station.
How cool is that? I feel like this is a proud dad moment. Thank you, Jared.
We're just going to call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Yes! Oh, wow. Oh, look at it.
So as you enter the structure, you'll see cooling units along the sides that you'll need to take out.
This is like the Return of the Jedi Game Boy game.
There's 3 arms to the station that have these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center. And then
Oh
you'll
my
move
God,
out
look at
another
it.
trench.
You're either gonna do it multiple times, or you need to bring friends.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
There are objects to avoid. You're going to have to be able to dodge. You're going to have to move quickly. You need an agile
I'll be
ship.
terrible at this. It'll
Because
be
the
so
shield
much fun.
generator that you're targeting is emitting lots of distortion damage.
So once the cooling units are out, that exposes the core to overheat, which means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station.
Exhaust ports. Brilliant.
This core is armored and just takes a whole lot of damage.
Oh, I love it.
Once the power core goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital ships can get closer. Why is that important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
This is where we're gonna get our new feature in: ship hangar refueling and
Yes. Brilliant.
rearming. You're gonna be
Does
able
that
to
mean
land
the
in
Legionnaire's
hangar
gonna
of
get
select
launched?
ships and be able to use the same interface as you are right now
Not the
at
Legionnaire.
stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like the Idris and the Polaris and other ships that are designed to have other ships
Liberator.
land inside them.
I mean,
Of course, it'll be more than just those 2 ships, and you'll find out more once we get closer to release. But this is a really important feature that we're really excited to get out.
brilliant.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance
could
has
be
a
the Kraken,
Idris
you
there
know.
that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to set back up and head back out.
And it's a good thing that you've rearmed and refueled too, because now another group of ships is coming to attack the People's Alliance Idris.
This is good. Relentless.
So while the fighters are protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
Now you've got to take
Dropships
a fire
actually have a
team in.
purpose.
You've got to land, you've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station. After you've opened the doors and that person's taken off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
So up until this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
The Vanduul neighbors who really don't like these guys for some reason will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not going to discriminate between you
No.
and the station. They're out for blood. When you alert the Vanduul by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable, you're on a time limit. Vanduul are coming, they're going to come hard, they're going to keep coming, you're going to have one hell of a fight.
No. No. No way.
Tactical strike groups. I'm personally so invested in this. So throughout 2025, we created a variety of content. Some of it was very focused on FPS combat. So personally, driving a more vehicle-based experience was very important to me. This is a defining statement that I want to do in 2026. We're a spaceship game. There are prized possessions. To the objects we fall in love with. This is the content we want to create, which creates scenarios and roles for you to use those spaceships.
Brilliant.
We won't get to all roles initially, but we should see this as a landmark, a position where we can see a gameplay space which incentivizes the use of different ships and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles. And in the future, we can use this to expand on. So I hope you're all just as
That's
excited as
incredible.
I am. for
That's
Tactical
really
Strike
cool.
Groups. They're gonna be fantastic.
That is really cool. I wasn't expecting anything like that anytime soon. Wow. Brilliant.
Okay. Why do you still have the puppet? John, come home. All right, so tactical strike groups. It's been a long road for the last 10 years. The PU's been around. We've done lots to build stuff for mining ships and for salvage ships. And as Rich said, we're currently building out even more for those. And our first refueling missions coming online in 2026.
Brilliant.
But combat missions. Oh, hi, Aaron Roberts. Aaron Roberts. But finally having enough of the foundation in place that we can begin to build real spaceship operations, in any other MMO they'd call dungeons. It's really exciting for me, and that's why we're ending the show this year with that. So yeah, that's been CitizenCon Direct. Thank you for taking the time to share this with us. Again, this is just a glimpse at some of what's coming in 2026. I've seen the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat like, oh, you're spoiling everything. I promise, we ain't. So before we let you go, that's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as with every CitizenCon, the last word shouldn't be mine. It should belong to our founders and CEO. So take it away, Chris Roberts.
I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking for the near future. Of course, we're not going to spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority. These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue. And of course, to all of you for making all this possible with your support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I and the team appreciate every day. We are very lucky to be allowed the time and the money to build a game of all of our dreams, something that is only more apparent as the video game business becomes more monolithic. We are one of the few large independents left standing, and there is no way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game and take the time to achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all in the verse this coming year.
Don't sell up, Chris. Don't be tempted. And I think that is that. There's no last second surprise. No, I think that is it. 11,000 people watching. Now watch the servers crash as everyone logs back into the game. Yeah, I think I'm going to mute that now. Oh, there we go. And it's finished. That was, wow. That was a lot of information in 2 hours. Or 2 hours and 20 minutes. I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to talk about every single thing that they've said, and I'm probably going to have to go back. I'm going to have to rewatch that. I will think about possibly doing some YouTube videos on this, like talking about things in general. If I can work up the energy to actually make, write a script, get the B-roll put together, and actually put together a series of small videos. But I think I'll go over some of my highlights from that. Obviously, next month we get our third star system. I kind of like the way they've decided they're doing it. They're not going to delay putting it in the game while they wait for everything that Nyx is going to be. It just doesn't make sense to do that. They're going to get the system in with some basic gameplay in there to start off with, and then they're going to iterate. They're going to add things as they go along, which they kind of do anyway. But things like with Pyro, they added Pyro with stuff there already. But they still carried on adding stuff. They're going to carry on doing the same with Nyx. I'm quite intrigued by the fact that they've decided, for the time being, they're adding a jump gate between Nyx and Stanton. So at the moment, we've got 3 jump gates in Stanton. We've got the Pyro one, we've got the Terra one, and we've got the Magnus one. So I wonder if it's going to replace one of those other 2 at the moment, because those systems, Terra's going to be right at the end when 1.0 comes out. Magnus, we don't know when Magnus is going to be. So I'm almost inclined to say they might remove the Magnus gate. Either that or they'll add another one in temporarily, which they can do quite easily. So I assume like Pyro can be starting locations. You can start at any of the space stations there. So I'm assuming Levski is going to be a starting location as well. I may still start in Orison, because it sounds like it's going to be quite easy to get to Levski, and I'll be taking my Prospector, I'll be taking my Vulture into Levski quite a lot. I think I'm going to be doing a lot of that gameplay. I said a few times while they were talking about it as well, with a system like that, that surely means the RSI Arastra has to come online next year. That is a multi-crew mining ship. Nyx is made for it. So I fully expect they're probably working on the Arastra. They're probably keeping it quiet that they're working on it, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that. I would say Invictus. Invictus is supposed to be a military event, but they may sneak in the Arastra there. Either that, or it could just be released with a patch sometime during the first 6 months of 2026. So, but yeah, really exciting. The fact that we're getting an instanced mission there as well is really exciting. I'm looking forward to that. So as I said, like that was the thing before the event I was saying was going to be at Area 18, where they've got the loops and you do the loop a certain number of times and then go into the second level. That's basically what that's going to be. And I love the fact it's going to be instanced. I will spend a lot of time doing that. Really looking forward to that. So yeah, Nyx was, and I'm glad they opened it with it, because we'd have been sitting here, if they'd put it last, we'd have been sitting here going, oh my God, we were wrong. So excellent. It was there straight away. Bam, we are getting Nyx, and we're getting it next month. The second highlight for me is actually the crafting. The fact we're getting the first iteration of crafting on the tech preview before the end of the year, by the sounds of things. So that is something I will be actively taking part in, testing that out. I cannot wait to be able to start making my own guns, making my own armor. It means we've got blueprints coming into the game, so some of the existing missions will get adjusted so that you get a blueprint as an award. Hopefully, it's going to tie in with item recovery. So at the moment, all those guns and armors that I buy off the website, if we lose them, if we're wearing them, then we keep them. If they're in our backpack, we lose them, and we will not get those bits back until the next patch. Hopefully, with crafting, they're going to include, when you buy an item on the website, you get the blueprint for that item. So we're able to recraft it relatively cheaply, maybe cheaper than if we were making it by finding the blueprint in-game. And obviously that will also be backlogged to other stuff that we've bought on the website already, other FPS stuff. So brilliant. Like, and I'm glad, like they said that you can buy the crafting machine at Dumpers Depot. Good. I'm glad it's not something they're going to sell on the website. So excellent. I think most of us will buy one of those. Mine will sit in my hangar. That's where it's going to live for now. So brilliant. And that's awesome. That last segment on the tactical stuff, to have that kind of mission in a space game is what everyone's been waiting for, and it looks like it's going to be epic, and there'll be a lot of YouTube videos on that as people do them. The fact that it's going to force people to have to think, you can't just turn up with 20 Polaris and beat it. You have to use the smaller ships. There is a space there for FPS gameplay. One thing they didn't even cover in that is engineering gameplay is going to be quite important amongst that, because keeping those capital ships, those medium ships repaired is going to be really important in that kind of event. So it's going to be a very, very involved thing to do. And I love it. Like, as I said, I'm going to be terrible in terms of like flying through the station. I'm going to try it. Of course, I'm going to give it a go. But I'm not going to be the best at that kind of thing. But I will happily serve on board one of those capital ships and be an engineer, because it will be fun. You won't have a moment to stop, because you will be running around repairing things constantly. It's going to be so powerful. And again, if I can learn how to do cinematic recording as well, like stay on the outskirts of it all with another ship and just, record what's going on, that'll be really cool. Again, kind of pushing towards all gameplay. And Chris kind of hinted at it at the end there, but you've got the engineering, you've got the social stuff, and the inventory stuff. It's all actively being worked on. And for an event like that, tactical one, and for a lot of the instance stuff, they need to have the org tools online. So that was all shown last year at CitizenCon. It's going to be whole new menus in your Mobiglass, a lot of new stuff in there. So I expect to see that come online by the middle of next year now, because that's when they said that event is going to start, the middle of next year. So that's really exciting as well. That's really exciting. The planet generation stuff, they went into a lot more detail last year about how it works. Absolutely stunning. And the fact they're going to use it on the planets from Stanton and Pyro and go back and redo those planets is going to be amazing. I think a planet like Hurston in particular will benefit from it, because at the moment it's just a red rock with some variations in terrain, but not a lot. Microtech, which is covered in snow, but we'll get different types of biomes there now. Obviously, Orison, you can't do anything. It's a gas giant. And Artcore is covered in a city, so they're not going to be able to do so much with that. But maybe some of the moons will get some different types of terrain as well, depending on, how gravity is affecting them from their host planet and how far away they are from the sun and how much sunlight they get. There is a potential for moons to still have a kind of biome or set of biomes on them. So yeah, that's going to be a cool tool. The new weapons should be good. Those 3 new ships, again, not really ones that I'll be interested in picking up, but I'll get to try them for free in the next patch when they come out. I'll have them for a week, so I'll give them a try. I'll have a look at them, but not really. None of them are really my style. I am really surprised we didn't get more of a look at ships, but at the same time, I think that's 2 years in a row where they've done that silhouette thing, and a couple of things, more than a couple of ships have slipped each time. And we know this year 3 or 4 ships have slipped. So maybe they thought, we're not going to do it that way this year because we're kind of over promising again. And, people are just going to hold that against us, which is fair enough. So they kept it really refined on ships. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next couple of months, now that this event is out the way, Jared's going to get back to doing more Inside Star Citizens. We'll do more Star Citizen lives. So we'll probably start getting segments on other ships that are coming up. So we should keep an eye out on that. God, what else did they talk about? As I said, there was a lot in a really small amount of time there. There was that very fascinating thing about A Line in Mine was supposed to have the Apex Valor car, and Richard said it just isn't good enough, so we're taking it out, but we'll put it in when it's ready. So that'll be cool. Obviously, Siege of Orison, you saw how excited I got over that. That was the first dynamic event I ever played in the game, and it's a fully FPS one. I always had issues getting towards the end because it would always bug out, or somebody would fuck me over, or somebody would literally crash a ship on the final boss and glitch it out. So there were always issues with it. So the fact that they're now introducing it as an instanced event with lower concurrent numbers for each instance, I will lap that up. I will play that so much because I thoroughly enjoy those missions. So yeah, expect to see me do a lot. And again, we'll hopefully get some good rewards for doing it as well, blueprints and stuff. So yeah, that. And Elliot, as he said, he was kind of like the guy who created that. So I'm happy for him that it's able to come back, because it was a big bit of work. And the thing is, although it always had bugs and people always complained about it, people always played it. People always got involved. It was also an easy way to make a lot of money because the financial reward at the end was really, really cool. So, but yeah, no, that I'm blown away by that, because I wasn't expecting that to come back. And literally earlier on today, I was like, I really miss Siege of Orison and I wish it could come back, but narratively it doesn't make sense. But clearly, in terms of the wider story, they don't care with that instance, there can always be terrorists coming to try and attack a place, So yeah, no, that's excellent. Again, there's a lot there. I'm going to have to go back watch it again a good 2 or 3 times to really absorb all of it. But yeah, no, it didn't disappoint, which was always the worry. I'm just trying to think about back to my predictions of what might get said. I've got some of them listed. So, yeah, they didn't mention the Kraken, didn't mention the BMM. So obviously we got Nyx. I actually even estimated that the Nyx section would be about 30 minutes. It was about 25. So, yeah. New undeclared game loop. I think that might be that bit at the end. So I was right about that. New ships, again, they did do that, but I said they might do a reminder from last year. They didn't. Update on crafting, bang on. They didn't mention the transit refactor, fair enough. But again, I think that's going to be one of the things that's going on in the background anyway. And then I said the usual ships to look out for in the next 12 months or so, which they didn't do. But yeah, I got a decent amount right there, and there was stuff I wasn't expecting, like the Genesis stuff. But I overall really enjoyed it. Really positive stuff to come out of it. I really, really like the direction they're coming in, and I was kind of saying it there at the time. I can't remember the guy who left, who was in Richard's role previously. There was a lot of fear when he left. Basically, he left because it was when they opened the Manchester studio and they wanted to move a lot of those operations over to Manchester. He wasn't happy to move to the UK for, family reasons, whatever. So he couldn't continue on in that role. And Richard has stepped into that role. And since he has, the game is really moving forward. Like he said it there, he said he's got that philosophy of the patch always goes. So no matter what state things are in, when the patch is due, the patch goes out and then they improve it. That kind of focuses minds to like really get people to make sure as much is right beforehand. Rather than thinking, oh, it's okay if we don't have it done by this date because, they can extend the time. No, it's now we're going to get this done. And that, in terms of the long-term vision of reaching 1.0, that is so important, because if you keep having an environment where people are, it's okay if we don't get there today because there's always tomorrow, while in some ways that's a good thing, it is part of the reason the project has taken so long. Whereas now we've got a really sharp focus, somewhere to aim for, deadlines to meet, regardless. That will drive us, and that really should give people a lot more confidence that this game is going to happen as a 1.0, as a full release. All those fears that it will never happen, that they can be dispelled by this kind of approach, because this is a focus to getting this done. Just had a message from James, and James is trying to talk, and apparently I've had emote only mode on. So thanks for letting me know, James. Obviously Gundy doesn't notice because he's a mod and he can talk anytime. So sorry, I'm just trying to bring the stream. Oh, there it is. Emote only off. I apologize for anybody else who's been trying to talk in chat, because that means you weren't able to talk. I'm so sorry. I should have checked that at the start of the stream. But hello, James. James, what did you think? I mean, you say what a show, but you were there last year as well, so you experienced what I experienced last year. But yeah, what was your highlight? What were your 2 or 3 really big highlights from this year? Because obviously I've just gone over mine, and I genuinely, I'm going to struggle to sleep. I'm going to really struggle to sleep tonight. All tangent, exactly. Everything there is stuff that is going to be. What we've got to remember as well is last year, I mentioned it earlier, at the end of last year's performance, Chris Roberts said that apart from the 1.0 stuff, everything else they talked about was due to be in the game within 12 to 18 months. We are at the 12-month stage. which means a lot of the other stuff that wasn't 1.0 that we can expect in the next 6 to 12 months as well. Obviously, some of it will have been delayed, but there's a lot that's going to happen in 2026. And as they both Jared and Richard said, 2026 is going to be an exciting year. You can't believe that Nix and crafting are coming so soon. I'm so happy about both. And yeah, the new Planet Tech is going to be so cool. The new Planet Tech is absolutely vital for the next 2 star systems, for Castro and especially for Terra. And if that works smoothly this year, we really can expect probably Castro maybe end of next year, maybe by the middle of the year after. And they will be on target for 1.0 in 2028. So, yeah, it's the fact that all that underlying tech is now built also can accelerate development now. So, yeah, but crafting is the fact that's going to lead on to base building. So we're going to get initial crafting tech preview, hopefully by the end of this year. We've got 2 tech previews this year. We've got engineering and then we've got crafting. So maybe January crafting potentially might get delayed a little bit, but that means it will be in the PU on the live servers by, dare I say, by Invictus, maybe even by April. So excellent. Like how they're bringing crafting into by starting small with web. Yeah, I think that's the sensible thing to do. And as I said earlier, it ties in with item recovery. So it'll be the next tier, or whichever tier it is of item recovery will tie in with that. So it makes sense to do it like that. There's no point base building or ship building for the first part. Do it on this relatively smaller scale. The economy is going to be completely ruined. Like the economy is going to go insane with crafting, and there's going to be a lot of rebalances going along. There'll be a lot of rebalancing of ores to mine. All that kind of stuff is going to have a lot of work done to it. But that's the whole point. You know, the economy is going to be partially player driven, and this will be the first real example of how a player driven economy works in Star Citizen. There'll be no more selling stuff on the websites like those unique guns. If you can, there'll be a lot of selling of blue. No, you can't, because blueprints are tied to your account. So people aren't going to be able to sell blueprints to each other. They are yours, and you can't do anything with it apart from potentially share to your second character when we have that. But that's a long way away, I think. But yeah, no, those like Nix, crafting, Siege of Orison, and probably that tactical stuff, they're my 4 absolute favourite things from that. But there was nothing in there. Last year, like I thoroughly enjoyed the whole thing, but I wasn't really that big on the clothing section. Armors, yes. Clothing, no. I'm not really that fussed with the clothing in the game at the moment, because it's not really a reason to walk around and wear it unless you're doing machinima, however you say it. But this year there was nothing that they showed that I wasn't interested in, because everything that they showed will affect me and how I play the game. So, you know, I appreciate absolutely everything there. I'm getting lots of messages all of a sudden. So, oh, there we go. The Star Citizen news. So we've got an Anvil Paladin thing has gone up. So the Paladin with 10-year insurance, concierge war bond is going to be $325. Paladin 10-year insurance standard will be $350. Whoa, this has been a massive year for Star Citizen. It has. You really felt it when Richard Tyra said that he wanted to create the current experience enjoyable as well as focusing on long-term enjoyment. There's absolutely been more of a focus on current gameplay, and I think that's for the better of the game in the long run. I feel like last year was setting out the long-term goals, and this year has been more about the more immediate future. Definitely. That's one of the big differences about this year. And I mean, they said it early on. 45% increase in the number of players actively playing the game. That's incredible. And it is because there's now a reason to log on and do things. With all these different missions, these different events that have been going on, there's always been something to get on and do. And a lot of it has been repeatable as well. It's been about getting different variants of different armors, different guns, and it's brought orgs together a lot more as well. There's a lot more org gameplay has been going on this year, and that has been absolutely vital. And it's bringing it towards what 1.0 needs to be. And as they said, yes, it's a sandbox open world game, and we are all going to be creating our own stories. But just like life, not only do we create our own stories, there's other stories going on in the world that we can take part in or that we just witness. And that's exactly what these stories are going to be. So it's really making this game feel very, very rich. And I will say now, and if anybody watches this back on YouTube, watches it back on my VOD, if you are not playing this game and you are interested in playing this game, get on it. Go and buy the cheapest starter pack. Give it a few weeks, because at the end of November, I think it's November 23rd through to something like December 3rd, there's going to be a free fly. So if you want to hang on till then to give it a try, but get involved in the game now, because it is only going to get better from here on. So stop thinking about it, spend that money, dip in and out. You don't have to be constantly playing. Dip in and out, give the bits and pieces a try that you want to. There's plenty of players who will help new players, so you don't have to discover it all on your own. Use my referral code, which is at the bottom right of the screen when you create your account. But get involved now, because you're going to be part of a really exciting journey to the actual full release of this. And I'm so glad I started this game 3 years ago. And one of the videos that I might make is comparing what the game was like when I started to now, because it's a fucking world apart, a fucking galaxy apart. Back then, I was just doing delivery missions, which didn't always work. Every now and again, I'd do an FPS mission, and I was always playing on my own, and I was only really hanging around Crusader. I've now got 2-star systems that I can go and do stuff. I can do salvage, mining. I've got so many ships. I can do medical gameplay if I want to. I'm in an org that I can actually play with. I've got my own org, which will actually get active at some point soon, I think, with everything that's going on. It's it's so different now. It is so, and it doesn't crash on me every 5 minutes. It is very stable in comparison. Yes, we do still get the occasional 30k, but that might be once every 3 or 4 months rather than 2 or 3 times a play session. It's a huge difference. And yeah, so much credit has to go to that team. I will give Richie Tyra a lot of credit for how he's pushed things on, because I think he is actually doing a fantastic job. Ian Leyland, Elliot, they're all doing really, really great work. And I've said all along, this is the game that I think I'm going to play for the rest of my life. This will always be the game that I come back to, even if I take the occasional break. This, Football Manager used to be like that for me, and then I got to a stage where football upset me quite a lot for a while. I'm an Arsenal fan. We went through a rough phase, and it got quite stressful, and we had the pandemic on top of that. So I kind of lost interest in that. So I've been looking for a game that I can just call mine, and PUBG filled that for a little while, and then that got ruined by the new devs. This is the game that I think about this game every day, without fail, even if it's just a brief thought. I think about Star Citizen that might just be the autism, but it could also just be how much I love this game, you know? And I cannot wait to carry on experiencing the expansion of what could become one of the greatest games of all time. And that's not just hyperbole. I really do think it's got the potential to absolutely redefine gaming. You know, all those big studios that Chris was mentioning, they're going to start looking at Star Citizen and going, oh, okay. You know, Chris made the comment earlier this year that they want Squadron 42 to kind of like compete but not compete against GTA 6. And people have scoffed about that, but I don't think the people who are scoffing understand what these games are. They do not understand the potential there is in these. And I think there's going to be a lot of people outside of our community who in the next 12 months take notice and start to take it seriously. All those scam comments are going to start disappearing. They're going to fade. You don't spend this amount of money on a scam. You just don't. So, you know, I'm really enthused, as you can tell. So it's I'm just so excited, and I'm so pleased that, you know, next patch, which will be next month, will be next. Now, in terms of dates, not next patch, patch after. So the next patch, 4.3.2 is on PTU at the moment. Sounds like they're adding those new guns to that tonight. That may come out next week. I'm going to revise what I thought earlier because I thought I thought they wanted it out before CitizenCon and delayed it because of issues. It sounds like actually it was never intended to be out before CitizenCon because they were adding these games and a couple of these guns and a couple of other bits to it. There's other binoculars as well. I really want those binoculars. So I expect 432 Thursday, Friday this week. I'm off work on Friday. Yes. And then, as I said, IAE is going to be 23rd November to 3rd December. So that means it's going to come out before IAE next. IAE, by the way, is taking place at Orison. So I think maybe we're going to look at around mid-month November. That will come out also with like the locations and everything set up for IAE, just not able to access it yet. And there'll be like a kind of hotfix patch for the start of IAE. So we may have Nix for a week or two before IAE. I cannot imagine the number of players that there are going to be on the game during IAE this year. It could be the amount of money they could be bringing in. Bear in mind, we're going to have the Perseus, which I didn't talk about today. We're going to have the Paladin. We're going to have the Shiv. We're going to have the Stinger. They're going to put up other ships for sale again. So you'll probably get limited purchases for the Idris, for the Pioneer, maybe for the BMM and Kraken as well this year. We're going to get sales. They'll probably put things like the Polaris, a few of the other ships up for sale again this year. They are going to rake it. This year is one of their biggest years so far in terms, I think it might even be their biggest year in terms of money they've taken. I think it's just about to double. I think it's going to be absolutely huge. The Asperia Stinger, Concierge War Bond is going to be $290. That's with lifetime insurance. And there's going to be a couple of paints that come with that. The War Bond alone, with just one of the paints, still $290. A 10-year insurance version standard is going to be 315. So, and there's going to be 4 paints that you can buy, and there's going to be a 4 paint pack and a 3 paint pack. For the Paladin, there's 4 different paints. One of them is a concierge only. I think that's going to be the same. Yeah, 2 of the Stinger paints are going to be concierge only as well. So, yep, we'll get everything else come up. We didn't get the salvage ship, the little starter salvage ship, so maybe we need to wait for Invictus for that. I expect the Friday before Invictus, not Invictus, IAE, we might get a Star Citizen live. And the Wednesday before it, literally the day before it starts, I think, let me have a look, 23rd of November is actually a Sunday. So I don't think that'll necessarily be the start dates. The dates I've seen may be wrong, but maybe somewhere around Wednesday the 19th, Thursday 20th, we'll get an inside Star Citizen telling us about the new ships that are going on sale at IAE. So, but it's so exciting. It's so exciting. I'm going to show you quickly. Let's just go to the website. That new merch. Oh, look. They're on here. So let's have a look at the Shiv. So that's the guy who's making them. So there's our Shiv. Little cut and shove job. So it's got a quad remote turret from the Hurricane that's loaded with the size 3 guns from the F7A Hornet Mark II. They only spoke about ships releasing right now. Yeah, I do as well, James. I think it was very much 2 times S4 ballistic Gatling guns from Redacted. So there's a ship coming out that's got 2 size 4 ballistic Gatling guns that this is making use of. VTOL's repurposed as rear main thrusters taken from the Valkyrie, and engine specialising in long-range travel from the Freelancer. So it's got bits from Anvil, Misk, and Drake Interplanetary. And there's... Oh, wow, that is fucking cheap. Never thought I'd say that about a JPEG, but, you know. 126.30.12 for one war bond with a paint, or the basic one with 10-year 136.80. And there's the paints. So we've got the Spectre, we've got the Blue Blossom. Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of these. I think we will see a lot of these. And yeah, you can upgrade, obviously. That means every now and again they're going to add a different one at Grey's as well. So I do wonder if a lot of them will become more like Wicklow, where you take stuff to him and he gives you this ship that is this model. But because I don't think they'll all be ships that you buy off the website. I actually like this, and I've been quite negative about the alien ships. I do like the blade visually. I like the Sulan, but I've not really liked any of the others. This, as I said, you kind of got that scarab beetle look to it. I think that's a really cool looking ship. If looks could kill, abso-fucking-lutely. So let's go down. So 1 size 5 bespoke plasma cannon, 4 size 4 lasers, 2 size 2 lasers, and 2 size 5 missile racks, which are bespoke. And the paints, we've got the Meridian, which is quite shiny. The Black Widow, I kind of like that, but I do actually like the Meridian. The Mamba, the Pit Viper. Not sure. Although I will say, James, Romulan Warbird, right there. And the Deathstalker, of course, there's going to be one with gold on it. You know what? Now that I've said Romulan Warbird, I kind of like that paint a bit more. Star Trek fans, there's the paint for you. Oh, they 100% know what they're doing. Look, actually, you know what? That green paint is growing on me every time I look at it. So there you go. There's the prices. There's the different paints. Okie dokie. I won't be on much longer because it is 11 o'clock. And I'm going to go to bed and not sleep because I'm buzzing. So there's our Paladin. People are going to moan about that gun on the rail. I just know they're going to moan about it. But again, a lot of people are really excited for this ship, so expect to see a lot of them around. So let's have a look at our paints. The Galahad, bit boring to be honest. The Downstream, bit boring. The Carmine, I actually think that's a bit boring. And the Solar, oh God, what is that? I mean, I'd say maybe the Downstream is the best one for me personally. But again, I'm not going to be getting one anyway. So we got 1 size 5 remote quad, 2 size 4 remote dual, 6 size 4 missile racks. So there we have the prices and the paints. So again, not interested in getting any of them myself, so I won't be looking to see what I can upgrade. I'm kind of relieved because there's nothing I particularly want to spend my money on. So I can at least wait until IAE. So let's just see what they've added. So there's the pack. Now they've told us what's in it. I kind of do like that thing in the background. It's completely useless. I want that Vandal plushie in real life. I'm not gonna lie. So there's the new T-shirt. There's the metal posters. I quite like those. I wonder if they've teamed up with Displate to make them, or if they've just got someone else has made them for them. The Levski desk mat is nice. I reckon that'll sell quite a lot. I expect to see that sold out quite quickly. Yeah, I just wanted to have a look at gear just to see if they've included anything with the binoculars in it. Oh, hold it. There we go. Okay. This is where I want to look. So no, they haven't. Not so far. So the binoculars are something you're going to have to get in game. Good. Kind of prefer that. But yeah. Whew. That was something. That would oh, why am I locked out? Okay. That was weird. Let's just make sure nothing's been credited to my account, just all my Citizen Con gear. So, retired drill head, pulverizer payback LMG, killshot payback rifle, VK1. Oh, we get a little blade. Oh, so we don't get the rocket launcher. Oh, I wanted the rocket launcher. Okay. Wastelander undersuit, Citizen Con Direct 2955 trophy, Levski coin, Vandal plushie, and the Stronger Together poster. And this year, we don't have to wait for something to actually be made to actually get it. So they will all be in my hangar next time I log on. So awesome. Awesome. Doubt anyone's... I've actually got a prospect for recruited people. Oh, no, I've got... Wait, what the fuck? That's not 23 people. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6 people. Why does it say 26 prospects? No, I think that's bugged. Because yesterday it was only showing me 1 on the new Yeah, it's just added some of the old ones. He's just got the number wrong. There was a new one yesterday though. Oh, maybe they've deleted their account. I don't know. Anyway, so, but yeah, we need to start making our way up on that. I kind of want to get to the point where I get the Big Benny. I really want to get the Misk Raptor, the little road sweeper. So, but I'm never getting 1,042 recruits. So, but yeah, I think I'm going to call it there for tonight. I need a cup of tea because I am starting to get dry. And yeah, I need to digest this all. And tomorrow I'm going to play the game. I'm going to watch this while playing it. I'm going to watch it back again. I was actually going to make notes tonight and I completely forgot. And then I may look at doing some videos, maybe line up a number of videos to put out. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. Again, apologies to anyone who was trying to talk in the Twitch chat. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. If you're not following me on the YouTube and you've been watching on Twitch, head on over to the YouTube. I think the link is still at the top of the page. If not, I think I can... no, I can't. I think it's linked down below anyway. And if you're watching on YouTube, come and follow me over on Twitch as well, Jediandy TV. And yeah, 07 everyone. I will see you all maybe